Hello there, ladies, gentlemen, and unicorns. Welcome to this wonderful stream on this actually wonderful day. It is super sunny here and I'm streaming much earlier than usual, which means outside the sky is blue and there's this big glowing yellow orb that's casting rays everywhere. So I'm quite happy that we have some real-time ray tracing going on outside. So this is probably sponsored by Nvidia or something. Joking aside, hello Ingvar, so much. I'm so glad that you could make it for once. So because I'm streaming at a different time for you, because I think you're a couple of hours ahead of me in terms of schedule. So glad that you could make it. And I even got myself some coffee. And look at this. This time, it's a horsey mug. It's a horsey mug. Cool, wonderful. Let's have a look. Oh my god, 7 viewers already, so this must be a very nice time slot. Again, I'm very glad that you all could make it and spare some of your hard-earned hours or even minutes just watching me try to make video games, apparently, as it is right now. So let's first have a sip of coffee. It's my second coffee today, so I have to restrain myself to not talk too fast, which will probably happen anyway. So I hope you can hear me. At least it says I got video, I got audio. Do I got? Yeah, I got audio. I just had to check my levels. As always with me, you never know. You can't be sure if there are any technical difficulties going on. So, also Lady Mistleaf made it. Thank you so much for dropping by this early, probably in your time zone. And Pickalick90 says, hi, congrats with the last day of winter. Yes, finally, spring is upon us. I can feel spring in the air. And my God, I'm really desperate to see some kind of change there in the weather. And also, it's great that the days are getting longer, at least here in the northern hemisphere. So yeah, I'm so sick of winter, as it always is with me at the end of January. I think mid to end January, I think, yeah, it could be over now. But thanks to global warming, it's happening earlier every year, I feel. And Il Capo 11 is also here because you have been called out by the automated unicorn. I fixed it for those who were there last time. I fixed my unicorn bot that's living in the chat. Sometimes it grows hungry, so it might want you to give it a cookie. You do this just by ! cookie, and it will eat it. Right now it doesn't know anything about you or stores any information. So when I close it down and start it up again, it grows hungry again. And the automated unicorn again is greeting people it already greeted because apparently something happened. And Lady Mistleaf tried cake, so maybe I should add this to the automated unicorn, that you can also feed it cake, not just cookies. And Pickalick says, in Russia winter ends you. I've also heard that in Russia ATM gets money from you. So this is why you don't go to an ATM in Soviet Russia. And Lady Mistleaf also said, I thought the stream was an hour from now. Yeah, I said it will happen 4 hours earlier, but doing programming and so on, I'm not really that good with math. So 4 or 5 is pretty much the same number to me. It's like pi, right? It's exactly 3 or 2, depending on who you ask. So I'm sorry for starting 1 hour early, and also I don't know for how long this stream will go, because it's more or less freeform, because my wife is at work right now doing cool editing stuff of the news. And you never know how much will happen or what will happen, but I hope to have at least some time to stream with you, and then I will, as soon as she calls or messages me, I will fetch her. Alrighty then. And Lady Mistleaf says, it's okay, but my dog needs to go, so I'll be back in a few. Yeah, it's, of course, empty your dog, please, by all means. It didn't end me, says Ingvar. And cookie, yes, automated unicorn. Okay, it still works. Let me have a look at the log files of, well, it's not the log files, it's just a console file. And it doesn't display. Apparently, I've just came to learn this. With the default Windows console font, you can't see emoji. So I got this box with a question mark in it, but apparently the unicorn is digesting, and it's got a tummy fill of 11.840000000003 because floating point. Wonderful. Okay, so 13 viewers. Apparently this is a good time slot. What's in for us today? Those who have watched previous installments of this stream, I started coding a little puzzle game. Essentially, I wanted to get this Minesweeper experience, but yeah, just an improved, well, it's not so much improved, it's a different take on Minesweeper, and I thought that I will get from the very first kernel of the idea to just expand upon it and do this here in the stream. Yeah, in the couple of streams that I had, I transitioned over. I had first one idea that didn't work out because pretty much as soon as I had the board algorithm up that would create the board, it turned out that with the rules that I came up with, everything was pretty much deterministic in a sense. Well, not quite deterministic, that's not the right term, but as a player you were 90% sure once you opened a tile how the rest of the board would go, and yeah, this wasn't fun. So I transitioned over to something that's hex tile based, which was completely new for me, and I struggled quite a lot with the algorithms to find neighbors of a hex grid and so on and so forth. But I've ironed out the wrinkles so far, and let me show you my little hex game as it is currently looking right now. So it's 4 megabytes, 4.74 megabytes. So this is quite nice. So yeah, this is what I got so far. Essentially, you got two sorts of tiles. I mean, this is the first board here, so I also did a little level progression just to have it in there. And yeah, another caveat is programmer art, right? So this is nothing spectacular to look at, but at least it should be working in most of the cases. Beautiful automated unicorn, you've been greeting people again, but oh, those are new people. Then okay, then it's cool. Thank you, automated unicorn. Okay, so the current rules are a bit like Minesweeper. This one says here, once you hover over something that is blue, because blue means clue, and you want to avoid the bombs and you want to collect the treasure. Actually, you have to uncover all the tiles with hidden treasure to advance to the next level. And once you step on a bomb, you don't die because you got a certain amount of HP left. For now, it means testing is just 7, and treasure 0 of 3 means how many have you found. So this is not really that well. The verbiage is not quite there yet. Anyway, so we can see here in the neighbors, once you hover over something, it shows you the neighbors in yellow, and once you hover over a tile, it shows you which clue might give you a clue of what is hidden underneath. And here it says 1 blue and 2 orange. Blue is, well, orange is a treasure and blue are bombs. So we want to avoid the bombs. So you just click it open and look at this, I found a treasure. So there's a 50-50 chance that either one is a bomb or a treasure. So maybe we need another clue. This is what I also implemented, that you now can use a middle click and to make a clue. So now I've transformed this tile into a clue. And also it says here 1-1, so the chances are that, again, either one of them is a bomb or a tile or a treasure. So yeah, I just hit the bomb, but it's okay, it's just 1 hit point, and yeah. So this must be the treasure then, and there must be another treasure hidden, so apparently it was that one. Right now it jumps out of full screen mode to have this little pop-up message that tells you, level clear, have 3 HP. And then we are in the game again. There we go. So this is the next level, and so far, once you start a level, I have a certain set of how many HP you got for this level, how much treasure is hidden, how many bombs there are hidden, and how many clues are you given that you can distribute freely as you see fit. In this case, it's 10. Yeah, just random values, and to try out things, how the game goes or how much fun it is. And also you can see here a number of clues that have been also distributed randomly, so you don't have to start on a completely unknown field, so that at least if you have nothing to go on, at least you get some clues, so you know, just to have a starting point. Okay, so and this is I'm actually I'm playtesting it right now and see where there is fun, how things could be changed to be made more interesting, and so on and so forth. So I think I just play the game now and talk over it, and hopefully, let me get something. What does it have here? Shrinking Ray. Oh, of course, this is my this is my notes for Day of the Tentacle. I played it again. It's a great game. I played it for the DOS Game Club. So a shout out as always to the DOSGameClub.com, I think it is. It's like a book club where we play a DOS game each month, and then there's a podcast where we just discuss, and we also discuss on the forums there. Again, DOS Game Club, and 2021 is the year of the adventure games. So every other month we play an adventure game. So yeah, again, it's something, if you want to come back to good old DOS nostalgia, check out DOS Game Club. I need to have some sort of advertisement warning there in this stream. Okay, so let's play this game. I hope this transitions well over. Oh, the automated unicorn, the digestive system is working. Beautiful, it just pooped a rainbow. Thank you, automated unicorn. So I hope this carries across in the stream that you can read the numbers. If not, I zoom in. So here in those two neighbors there are two treasures, so we can click them open. And now, as you also probably saw here, that automatically the clue updates itself. So those tiles that you've already opened, those aren't part of the equation. So there are still two treasures here, hidden 1 and 2. And now this clue doesn't have any neighbors or anything that is still covered, so it just reads nothing. And so, but here we have a problem. Well, it's not so much a problem, but a slight situation where this blue 2 means it's a bomb. There are 2 bombs among those 3 tiles that are still unopened, but we can't know which one. So maybe I want to plop a clue in here, and it still says 2 clues, 2 bombs and 1 treasure, but I think the problem is that I just see now, probably there was one thing underneath here, either a bomb or a treasure, but the clue didn't update this one here once I added a new clue to this tile. So probably when I hover over it, oh yeah, by the way, if I right click on something, I can lock all the neighboring tiles that are still unopened. So yeah, apparently there's something. Of course I had to click open this one again, so okay, it's still a bit buggy, but yeah, there we go. But before trying my luck there with the bombs, I open those tiles that are safe to open. For example, here in this neighborhood there are 3 treasures. So 1, 2, 3. This is good. There are 3. 1, 2, 3. So you've noticed probably that this clue updated. So again, the clues only update when you open a tile in their neighbors. For now, not when you change a tile among their neighbors. For example, as I've did it just now, where I transformed this tile into a clue tile, it didn't update the other clues around it. So yeah. So this one here, it says 1 bomb, and I can just right click it, and now it's got this stripy thing over it, so I can't accidentally click it, and it's flagged, it's locked. I don't know how to call it for now, but I think it's just like with Minesweeper. You want to spare yourself from the trouble that you accidentally click something open. Okay, so let's head over to this side of the board. I zoom out a bit again so that you see the entire board, but I think you get the gist of the game where it's currently standing at. So yeah, it's just safe to open this here, but I think I would transform this here into a clue so that I get the most out of the clue, because again, the clues are a limited resource, at least currently. So 2 bombs, 3 treasure. So maybe if I plop 1 here, so 1 bomb, 1 treasure. So maybe this might be the treasure. Yes, okay. Now I can just right click it, because when I right click on a clue, I can toggle all its neighbors to locked or open. And I thought that this might be quite helpful if you have just a blue number where you know, okay, there is nothing of interest among its neighbors. It's just 1 bomb or number of bombs and no treasure. So yeah, that is just quicker to flag bombs, because I also want to make this timed maybe. Okay, cool. So there we got 1 bomb and 3 treasures. So my hunch is that this one here must be the bomb. So works like Minesweeper. Yeah, I just said Minesweeper because I want to make this game, if I keep working on it, as essentially sequel to my first game, Finesweeper, which is just a take on Minesweeper, but with yeah, a lot more bells and whistles. Okay, so there we got something else. The automated unicorn chews on a 5¼ inch floppy disk. Unicorn, stop this! This is already a collector's item by this point. Gee, I hope it wasn't Summer Games. The second disc of Summer Games, because with the old Commodore discs, when it says insert disk 2 or flip a floppy and then the other side doesn't work. So yeah, there goes a perfectly good run of Summer Games. Okay, yeah, 2 bombs, probably this is one and there must be another, so I try this one here, and yeah, this was the bomb, but it's okay, we still get 8 HP, so we're good on this. Okay, so I just clicked this one open and it happened to be a bomb, so this was bad. So I drop another clue here, and we know, okay, two among its tiles are treasure, so maybe I put a clue here, and look at this, this was very helpful. So 1 bomb and 1 treasure, so not quite sure if this could be the bomb or this, so I plop a clue here, and now it says just 2 treasure, so this is good, so this must be the bomb. And this was the bomb where I just clicked something open and hoped for the best. Okay, how about here? 2 bombs, 1 treasure, and there are also 2 treasure, 1 bomb. So, okay, there is just 1. So apparently one of these must be one of the bombs. So it's a 50-50 chance, and with that, yeah, the level was cleared. And Lilo Cormick is also there. Thank you so much for dropping by, Lilo. Again, you've been called out by the automated unicorn. So we've cleared the level, and at the end of each level, I just give the player, for now, 3 HP. And this is the next level. So, I mean, the level progression right now is non-existent. It just repeats the same level over and over. And also for debugging purposes, because I was having quite a problem there with finding the neighbors of hexa tiles. Again, it's not as straightforward as you would think. And to help me debug, I implemented something that I'm very proud of, that I just can, when I hit tab, I can just toggle this debug view. So just to show you, it displays all the array indices of, or the index number of a given tile, and this one here with the clues, it displays its neighboring numbers. So there I can make sure if something is wrong. For example, in this case, I mean, everything works as expected. So the northern neighbor is 6, and there is 6. But sometimes this didn't work, especially with northeast, or just these something that wasn't right on top of or the bottom, where it would say, yeah, then it would think the neighbor wouldn't be 29 but 40, for example. So I could really find out, okay, where the algorithm picked the wrong one, or where well, the algorithm never picks the wrong one. It's the person who implements the algorithm. But yeah, this was just for debugging, and it quite helped me, and I don't know why I didn't come up with something as simple as this earlier. Anyway, so let's try to play this level here. And one thing that I was thinking about is that I want to reward the player for one thing, for picking up treasure, and the other thing is, for maybe having also a points scoring system, because it's a bit like Minesweeper, and I think especially with the score, it makes more fun to rack up a high score. And in terms of scoring, I thought that I would maybe give you points for picking up treasure, which is of course the most points. I subtract points when you step on a bomb. And here's the catch: you also get points for unopened tiles that don't house a treasure or something. Where it's just tiles that you haven't opened. So it's in this case where I can see here, yeah, there are 4 treasure and 3 treasure among its neighbors. Yeah, I just click them all open because it doesn't hurt anything. But as soon as you get points or some sort of reward for not opening certain tiles, you as a player, you would also start to make sure I only open those that where I'm quite certain that those are treasure, for example. Yeah, and this one, it's just 1 bomb, so I don't need this, and there I know that this is a treasure. Good. So, and the automated unicorn is already starting to feel hungry. Let me just feed it cookie. And I feed it another cookie. High scoreboard, says Lady Mistleaf. Yeah, and as with Finesweeper, I think if I publish this game on Steam, I will implement the Steam high scoring again, because it's surprisingly solid. Some people still manage to cheat on it. I don't know how, but probably due to my networking code or something. But yeah, definitely have some sort of leaderboard, and also a friends leaderboard where you can compare yourself against your friends, how many levels you made, how much treasure you found, and yeah, how high your score would be. I think this is something to think about. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, so everything among these neighbors. So here is 1 treasure and 1 bomb, and let's find out here. This was the treasure. Okay, and now I could just lock these tiles here, because I know there is nothing of interest underneath, and also here there is just 1 bomb, so points for me for that. Okay, 3 bombs, this must be 1, but 2 treasure. Okay, so I plop another clue here. At first I tried to limit the amount of how many clues you could plop yourself, quite extensively actually, but I thought it would be more fun, or you would plop more clues, because yeah, I mean, it's a game of deduction or statistics, applied statistics and gut feeling. So I wanted to encourage players, at least in this stage, to plop more clues themselves. But maybe, again, I could make it a resource thing, where you could spend maybe some of your HP, that your HP is also a resource of how many clues. So you can say, yeah, I want to step on a bomb, which costs 1 HP, or I want to plop a clue, which also costs 1 HP. But you could also, but then avoid a number of bombs. So it would be a nice trade-off. The other thing would be, of course, spending treasure for this sort of clue. Again, otherwise than just having all the treasure tiles open doesn't add anything else to the game, so I might change this treasure behavior. But then again, I also find it funny, because it feels good just clicking open treasure tiles. And additional points for unsolved clues. Right, yeah, essentially all the tiles that you don't open give you additional points. So maybe I could have it like this, so you get the most points for flagged treasure that you didn't open, the tiles that you didn't open, but flagged as a treasure, for example. Then the next one is flagged bombs, then unopened tiles, and then maybe just points for the treasure that you clicked open. So essentially the game would reward you for not clicking open tiles, where you just know, okay, so maybe I add different modes. For right now it's just flagged, so, or locked, but you could say, yeah, this is, I just want to lock this, or I know that this is a bomb, and I know that this is a treasure. It's just, essentially it's just Minesweeper with 1 additional resource on top of it. My god, Automated Unicorn, I really should have tweaked your cookie, your digestion speed. So, okay, yeah, apparently this is a bit distracting. So you know what, I will change. I go in very quickly and change my unicorn's digestive system, because this is how things roll. Where is my unicorn? Open in Explorer, there we go. Run unicorn, open file location, bot.js, there we go. And just quickly go in there. Digestion speed. Oh yeah, this is too high. This is too high. I set it at, yeah, I was debugging it before, because last time I had a crash there, but now I just need to restart the bot. Wow, okay, of course I need to run it. Yeah, otherwise it won't work. Okay, cool. So the unicorn will greet you again, to all the people who have joined. And yeah, so, but it shouldn't grow as hungry again, so that it is distracting. Right, where were we? Okay, so you know what? I will take a note on this, on flagging. Perhaps I just say flagging. My A looked like an O, so it said flogging ? So yeah, maybe this would be a completely different game. So flagging and scoring. Progression, scoring cascade, scoring Scoring system. Scoring system makes sense. Did I say unicorn just before? Because I wanted to say whenever I say unicorn, we have this fun drinking game where I drink a sip of water. And I should have a gallon by now because I said so many times unicorn. Okay, right. So, yeah, again, should I also try now to implement a sort of scoring system for this sort of stuff? Or would you think it's more fun to spend HP for clues? Yeah, I'm not quite sure. I just keep playing this level. So there we got 3. Oh, you know what I could do that also when you plant a clue and it's on a bomb or something, that it would also update its neighboring tiles there. I think I could try this. And where's Game Maker? So that we get some of this juicy programming stuff done. Because I'm feeling pumped. Cheers. Yeah, for those who don't know by this now, yeah, I'm doing this with Game Maker because I'm so very fast compared to Unity with Game Maker. But I really feel that I know my way around Game Maker, and this is why I'm doing this in Game Maker. But the plan is to, once prototyping is done, and I'm quite sure that this is going to be a fun game, and all the systems are working, then I will essentially start and rebuild it from scratch in Unity. At least that's the plan today. I don't know how things might change. And yeah, and do this all again in Unity, object-orientedly, if that's a proper word. Personally, I'm not that much of a fan of object-oriented programming because, I mean, I started with BASIC. So I'm a very basic person, so to speak. And I feel my problem with object-oriented programming is that I feel I have to worry too much about architecture and how objects and instances especially interact with each other or one another. And I feel when I'm doing things with Unity, it takes, especially for games where I think, yeah, I could do this, I could stick it in one giant class as I would do it in Game Maker or in other sorts of functional programming. Can stick it in one class and everything works as where I know where things happen. And with object-oriented things, I feel that, yeah, things have to communicate with each other more tightly and have to have some sort of hierarchy that is easily expandable, but also not too hard to grasp, and so on and so forth. So this is why I'm not having a hard time with it, but again, it just feels like it's more work to get things done and not to work as creatively as I can with engines or languages like the GML, the Game Maker language. And the Automated Unicorn again has greeted everyone who just dropped by or was lurking. I'm really glad that you could make it despite just enjoying the Sunday. No, you watch this boring stream here. Okay, so Game Maker. So my rooms, again, just to reiterate, this is the initialization room where I just have one object that is control init that just initializes the game, and the entire game is played in this beautiful room, a game here, which also has only one instance, and this is the instance of control board. So I got 3 singleton controller objects that are control board, which controls the board, control init, which sets up the initialization and essentially just sets some variables and constants, and control game, which is responsible for tracking the players' lives and whether the entire game state, whether we are in a game, whether the player has lost a level, whether we are in game, and so on and so forth. And I got this object tile, which is just the tile itself. And right now it's, as you've seen, there are 2 different types of tiles. Ones are clues and the others I call resources, and everything is just this one tile object. And here in the first time it runs its step event, its update event, it switches on its type, because once you create something from a different object in Game Maker, you create it, everything here in this create event is run. Then you could also change it, but then with the next tick, with the next step, this newly created instance's step code runs. And this because I want to inject something between creation and the first step. This is why I have to do this do init flag here, because I create something here and the type, for example, the tile, or where do I have it? The tile type, type. Do I have it set here? Apparently not. Yeah, where I set the tile type to just say the tile is of default type, but then I go over it and say, yeah, you're a clue, you're not a clue, you're a resource, and then I just switch on the type with the first time this thing is run, and then I say do init and it goes to false, and so I can make sure this only runs once. Okay, stuff that was happening in the chat. Yeah, with my very controversial stance on OOP, and Ingvar says, yeah, OOP has its share of burden. Yeah, I mean, it's always, it depends what you use it for, and for my very simple kind of games so far, walking simulators and such, I don't feel that I really need it, but sometimes it's very handy to have it. And of course, if you have use cases like, let's say, business software or database intense stuff, my god, you couldn't do this without object-oriented programming, I would assume. Then Frank says also, yeah, I think it depends on the size of your project. Absolutely. It feels like, to me, my comparisons always with After Effects and Nuke in terms of compositing, VFX compositing software. In After Effects, for example, it's very easy to just throw two different video sources together and to composite them. But the more your project grows, After Effects becomes more cumbersome, and you, at a certain size of a compositing project, you just lose your way. And with Nuke, it's the other way around. It's node based. It's a bit like shader graph, where it's not that simple to just add this video with this alpha channel on this video on the background and just have it work, or make it work. It takes a bit more boilerplate connecting and so on. But when your project grows, especially with VFX and things like that, as it always is the case with Nuke, since it's node based, you always know your way around, and despite the initial hurdle being a bit bigger. And I think it's the same thing with object oriented programming. If you just make a simple Sudoku game, you probably don't quite need it, but as soon as something gets bigger and bigger, at a certain point you feel like, I should have started making this object oriented. And this is again why I'm doing this prototyping there with GameMaker. So really know what needs to communicate with what in the end, and then make a squeaky clean architecture from that. At least, again, that's the plan. And also Frank said, as soon as things get big, you'll have to think about those things anyway. So there it doesn't matter. But for small projects, not having to do this has its advantages. I think David Brevik, the creator of the first Diablo, main programmer of the first two Diablos, and I think Diablo 1 was pure C, and Diablo 2 also was just C. So because he's also, as I got it, not a fan of object-oriented programming. So you could make a game as complex as Diablo 2 with just C, which is kind of great. And yeah, Frank was finally noticed by the automated unicorn. And also Gelisam is here. And Ingvar says, I want to argue, but I won't. Thank you again. It's quite a controversial stance. And Gelisam says, same, holding back the urge to evangelize functional programming. I'm not going to argue in favor of OOP, says Frank. You need something in bigger projects. There are many options, but you can't just ignore structure and design. No, but I try to ignore structure and design as long as I can get away with, at least like we are here now in the prototyping stage. I mean, this is where I want to keep things as open-ended as possible. And this is where it's got duplicated code galore. And I really try not to have some sort of inheritance going on, because you never know whether you want to change this hierarchy or anything. But again, yeah, at a certain point, it always helps to have a structure, even if it's just for yourself. So I think this is, the most important thing is have something that you know you can come back to in 2 weeks or even 2 days from now and know what is going on. And it really helps if you have a certain structure. a way of doing things that is transparent, at least to someone who's looking at the code and really going through it, and where you not try to be super clever and do everything in one line. But this is also one thing that I've come to realize over the years. It's when you optimize something, actually you want to optimize for programming and not optimize always for the least amount of CPU cycles. For example, my create event, where I'm creating the board, I'm iterating over all the tiles, not just once and doing everything in the first pass, but let me show you here in the create event. This is the game, of course. They're the board, the create event of the board. So first I populate the board in this for loop. Then I distribute the bombs and treasure in the next loop. And then it's not quite a loop, this is. Then I place the treasure in this loop. Then I place the clues in this loop. So I'm going over the board like 4 or 5 times. You could always or even do this just once. But to me, what I optimize for is how easy it is for me to change things and how easy it is for me to comprehend things. Because if you have one super clever line where everything is just done in one line, it might be super clever, but if you're new to the project or even yourself new to something that you haven't looked at in 3 months, and it takes you like 15 minutes to really parse what the hell you did, but it was super clever in one line, it's not going to help you, and chances are that you probably don't want to change something like this, this huge dense code, because it took so long to get it this clever working and this elegant. But again, to me, it's always faster if I know at a glance what something is doing, and even if this means I use 3 lines instead of 1, because again, it helps me just looking at a glance at something. And this is also my philosophy in terms of commenting something. If usually I comment things like place clues, so that it just catches my eye when I'm scrolling over it what a certain block is doing. And the other thing where I use comments is if something is out of the ordinary, when I'm or you would assume to do things differently, and then I say with a comment where something that looks wrong when you look at it, and you might want to change it 2 days or 3 weeks after you've written it, but then there is this comment that says, I know what I'm doing because of this. I always try to include this is necessary because X expects the value at the second step or something, so that I know, okay, not going to change this because this is a can of worms, for example. So at least this is my philosophy of doing things. And Ingvar says, I think paradigms can live together even. Yeah, exactly. Again, it's in the end, when you're a solo dev, what works for you? Of course, things are completely different if you have to work in a team with other programmers, so that you have a certain sense of how to structure the entire team's code. Of course, that's something completely different. But at least for me, it's just that I know what's going on in my code at a glance. Optimize for CPU cycles in places where it matters, says Frank. Exactly. Everywhere else, maintainability trumps everything. Yeah, I mean, if you do something like 60 times a second and it involves reading or setting variables on 1,000 instances, yeah, there you want to optimize. But if you create a level, and creating the level takes 1 second, but with clever optimization you can get it down to 0.8 seconds, but the code is so dense that you can't read it again. It really, you saved players 0.2 seconds each time they start a level. They gladly wait another 0.2 seconds, but again, it's for you so much time spent on parsing out what exactly is happening at what time when you're working on the code. Also, lines of code doesn't correlate with efficiency that often anyway. Yeah, personally, okay, I'm going off on another tangent or rant now. Cheers. I never understood the concept of measuring productivity by lines of code, because we all know lines of code mean exactly nothing. And I'm not quite sure how prevalent this practice still is, but again, measuring lines of code is, I could unwrap a loop and have 1,000 lines of code that do exactly nothing or just count from 1 to 1,000 in 1,000 lines of code. So yeah, to me, it's always, my productivity is always get certain functions working or certain features working that weren't working before. And yeah, lines of code is just neat when I can say, oh, look, I've written 500 lines of code. But most of the code that I've written is just like this. It's just commented out or something. So yeah. And the automated unicorn, I'll just spam the chat as always with notifying me who also joined. Hello there, Badgedesh. Thank you so much for dropping by and spamming just to my Ludum Dare videos. Okay, right. Rant finished. What did I want to do? Right, I wanted when you place a clue that also the other clues get updated, because as it is right now, when you place a clue on something and place it over a bomb or place it over a treasure, like here, in this case, when I just place clues on everything, right, I can't. Now I cleared the level, but still the clues said, yeah, there must be a bomb here, there must be 2 treasures there, and so on. But placing the clues didn't update the other clues because you've just essentially paved over a bomb or a treasure. What you probably noticed that it would update here the count of treasure, because that does happen. Let's say just drop some clues there, and you can see here whenever I hit a treasure it goes down, but again it doesn't update the clues themselves. And I don't know why I didn't do this, probably because it was problematic. But yeah, let's have a look at my horrible spaghetti code. Well, it's not that horrible and not that pasta-like, but still, yeah, step event made sense there. But still, yeah, it could be improved. But again, I just console myself with, yeah, this is just a prototype. It has to work good enough to get the game idea, the concept, the design across. And then once this is done, I can really think of finding a nice analogy. Right now it got treasure and bombs. Maybe I use bunnies and kittens, who knows. Oh, and Frank added, in a lot of old open source projects, the most appreciated contributions are often the ones that remove code without reducing functionality. Yeah, it's like, I mean, a code is also text, and also with text, the more you go over something and the more you read something, editing is just removing things that are unnecessary. At least I feel the way, because the more over you go over something, the more you feel you can condense it to the most important thing, and the same thing goes with code. This is always reduce complexity, but keep functionality, right? But what I meant is that your dense one-liner doesn't necessarily compile to something faster than readable 20-line version, so often you gain exactly nothing by doing that. Exactly, essentially it's just showing off, look, I could do this in this one amazing line. Yeah, and again, also with assembler coding, always, if you unravel your loops, it wastes memory, but it's so much faster than using a for loop, because you don't need to store the iterator value. I mean, right now I'm on very thin ice because I don't code assembler. But again, it's, yeah, sometimes it's just if you have the space, you have the memory, you really just tell the CPU, yeah, I keep track of everything, do this 89 times, and I write it out one after the other. Of course, this is probably the fastest. And again, Lady Misleaf gave the pet some chomp, something to chomp. But often the compiler will do those things for you anyways, as Frank. And yes, if you have a good compiler, and I think at this stage most of the languages have really smart and really cool compilers. I just recalled I was also programming in Pure Basic. Sometimes I'm still programming Pure Basic. It's the first language that I bought, and I bought it for back then. I think this was 16 years ago or something. This is the IDE of Pure Basic. Look at this. There's a new version out. The new version is 5.73. Bought it for like 40 euros, and it's super lightweight. It's super lightweight, the exe files that you can code with it. And I really looked at the assembly language, and were something that I thought I wanted really to try and to optimize it in assembly, and I couldn't get it to run faster as what the compiler would produce. Of course, yeah, I'm not putting it quite through its paces, because I don't really know how to tease out where the shortcomings of a compiler are. But at least in my experience as a programming user, really comparing the ASM code of what the compiler outputted, I couldn't quite comprehend it, but it was always faster than even the assembly code that I could come up with, where I thought I don't think I can optimize this any further. Yeah, side note closed. Again, I haven't done any programming so far. And Luke P21 is here. Thank you so much for dropping by. Okay, so right, I need to do this here in this transform tile to clue. Apparently I had the insert mode there. Can you read this, or should I make it a bit bigger like this? I mean, to me, it's on my 4K monitor, this is quite obnoxious in terms of the size, but hey, I don't need glasses for this, and you can read it on the stream. This is great. So okay, so here are things. So when I click with the middle mouse button, and the player still has clues as a resource, and the tile is not open, we look at whether the tile is occupied by a bomb or a treasure, and if it is, we just remove the bomb count or the treasure count. This makes sense, but it does not update the other clues. It just switches its own type to clue, get its neighbors, and updates the neighbors. But what now I could do with the neighbors, so now that we know the neighbors, this is just a function, by the way, that's here in the scripts, get neighbors, where you just say of a given tile, it just stores the neighbors. And my god, this thing here of finding and trying to find out the neighbors in a hex tile grid, this cost me so much time and grief, but now I got it working like 99% of the time, because there is a distinction to be made between if a line is odd and the tile is even, or a line is not odd and the tile is not even, and a third case, or in sometimes I have even here a fourth case. So yeah, this was a long night of just debugging, but at least it's kind of solid now. Right, and so now at this point I have stored the neighbors in an array that's just, well, it's not an array, it's just a list of neighbors. So at this point, after storing the neighbors in a tile, I got it in a data structure. Let me quickly check. Where do I have it? Neighbors, yeah. No, it's just an array. It's not a list, it's an array of neighbors. And of course, it's just 6 neighbors. And it gets initialized with no one, which is an internal value that's -4. So if something is -4, you know that there is no reference to a given instance. Right, so at this point here, when I release the middle mouse button to place a clue, and now it got the neighbors, and now I can iterate through the neighbors, but I also have some code there for the neighbors. This is my loop to do something with tiles neighbors. Again, at this point I just copy and paste, indent it a bit. So for all the neighbors there, and for a given neighbor, I just say if the type of a neighbor is a clue, equals neighbor tile, I'll make it a bit bigger for you, tile type. I'm always using enums for this, because yeah, string comparisons are not something you should use, and I knew this quite early actually. But I mean, for prototyping you could use even string comparisons, but again, it's not good style. So tile type, so if a neighboring tile is of type clue, then I want with this clue to update itself, to really check again how many neighboring treasure or bombs are there. And also for this, I got this one script that says get neighbors, and I got this other function that says update clue, and you just give it the tile the ID, or not the ID, the instance ID. There we go, the reference to the instance object, and then it updates this tile. So this is Am I in the wrong? Yeah, here we go. And then I can just say, what was it? Update clue of type R, because R is the reference to the neighbor. And I think, let's save this and try this, and now it should work. And Frank, I've completely missed what you've written in the chat, but often the compiler will do those things for you anyway. And if things are slow, check if you can find a faster algorithm at a high level. Don't try to find cycles unless you've done everything else. Yeah, in the end, this is so true, right? I mean, things like sorting algorithms and so on. I mean, it's cool if you can iterate through your loop a bit faster by 2 cycles, but if your algorithm is utterly inefficient, yeah, 2 cycles won't save you anyway. This is absolutely true. Okay, so I know that there are 2 treasures there. So when beautiful, unable to find instance for object index -4 because some of those were outside, which means they were no ones. So I need to check, of course, for those. So if type is of type clue, but before that I want to check if R that is not no one and is of type clue. The automated unicorn is apparently on Steam right now. So okay, and I think it worked. This one here is gone, so let's try here, and it kind of worked. There is still one bomb apparently, but I don't know where. So let's try this here. And I've run out of clues, but I don't think this works quite correctly, because it's with this clue here I get 1 tile affected, but it says there are 2 treasures. Or look at this clue here. This clue here sits in the middle of other clues, so there can't be 1 treasure among its neighbors. So I think the problem is not with the counting of the neighbors. The problem is that essentially I'm using this 1 instance for tile for everything. And this instance, be it a resource or a clue, always they share essentially the same properties. And I think the problem is that I have a thing that's called occupant. And this occupant, again, is just the value of an occupant type enum. And this occupant says whether it's a bomb or a treasure. And occupant there, it starts out with occupant none. And once I place a treasure there or place a bomb, I just switch the occupant to none and so on. But it doesn't. This occupant property exists regardless if it's a clue or a resource. So it is possible to have a clue that again is a bomb, or you can't click it, but as I said before, it would be paved over. Well, not quite. And I think I need to change this, that when I make something a clue, the occupant automatically gets also switched to occupant none. So I think this might be the problem, because otherwise you say it's a clue, but it still is occupied by a treasure or a bomb. Okay, so I say the tile type is clue, and the occupant is occupant type none. Not 1, it's none. And I hope that should have solved the problem. Cheers to everyone still watching. Okay, we got 1 neighboring bomb and 1 neighboring treasure. So I'm just placing things here. And I think 1, 2, yes, I found all the treasures by just paving them over with clues, and looks like it worked. Let's try this here. Let's place many clues there that I'm isolating certain clues that are in the middle. And look at this, it updates perfectly. So I've run out of clues, but yeah, all those clues that are surrounded by other clues, of course, don't show anything. So 1, 1, this must be a treasure. Yeah, okay. Wonderful, it works. And also Cursiboo is here and says good morning. Good morning to you, Cursiboo. I would assume, since it is morning for you, that you're a couple of hours ahead of me. I would assume somewhere in the Americas. Right, so okay, this is good that once you place a clue, this auto updates all the other clues. This is super helpful, and I think something that's very helpful to the game. Lady Mislev says, one on the previous screen had not updated. Yeah, this was just this one thing, and it did not update because once the board notified or the game control that all treasures have been found, it pops up this message box that says, congratulations, you finished the level. But in the next step, then it would update the number on the tiles. So apparently it worked, but it didn't came to updating this one tile. At least I think this is what was happening. Let's try it again here. 1, 2. Okay, so now it works in this direction. Okay, so I think you've hit on something, and Unicorn just sparkled your reply there, Lady Misleaf. Right, so again, we'll try this again. 1, 2, 1. And yeah, I found all the treasures there. Okay, good. So there must be a bomb here and there must be a bomb there. Okay, you know what? Should we implement some sort of scoring system? Or is it more interesting to have some exchange system where you could exchange treasure for clues, where you spend 2 found treasure for 1 clue? Maybe this would make sense, that you, or should we just ditch the treasure essentially and use HP, or just 1 resource for everything? I don't know yet. You know what? I will save this and save a new project. So because this one here is working as it is now, and I just call this Hex Game version 06. Hex Game V06. This is my sort of version control, at least at this point. I'm just saving the entire thing because it's a couple of megabytes, because the biggest assets that I have, let me show you, is the tile sprite. This is the background of this is the border, and this is the stripy version. So yeah. Compresses super well. Yeah, and of course I got the fonts, because a game maker also makes fonts as sprites sheets essentially, so that they always look the same. Okay, yeah, not quite sure where to go with this. And thanks for feeding the unicorn again. Draw, debug. Should we make things look nice? No polishing. Coffee instead of polish. Good boy. No polish. Right. Or should I implement different sorts where you can flag something? Maybe I think maybe this might be helpful, where you can flag something as there might be a bomb, there might be a treasure, and depending on your guess, you get more points. Yeah, I'm still not quite certain. You know what? Let's play the game, because I think this is always, for me at least, it's the easiest if I play something, and while I'm playing it, I get so many ideas on how to make things better or different, or what's not quite working. Okay, so this is the very first level, and probably when I put here a clue, and there, so this must be no. Okay, this is not a treasure. This is a treasure, and there either is 1 treasure or 1 bomb. So this must have been the bomb, and where's my mouse? There's the treasure. Have 3 HP. Again, this 3 HP that you get is currently hard-coded. And Reverse Sly is here. Welcome to the stream. Again, you've been called out by Automatic Unicorn. Okay, so maybe I should have more bombs or more treasure. You know what? I will start implementing some sort of points scoring system, right? So I do this there in the init control, where I set pretty much all my constants. There I will say constant constructor. Don't I have a const? Apparently not in GameMaker. I think you could use macros for this. Macro and then have something, but this, yeah, you know what? I will just make it basic variables. So I will say score treasure is let's say 5, score bomb when you hit a bomb is -10. Oh no, -20 because I'm being really unfriendly to the player. Score flag for everything that you flagged and is correct. Maybe let's give it 10. And score hidden for all the tiles that you didn't uncover. I give you 2 points, maybe. I have no idea whether this could work or not. You know what? Maybe that is not shouldn't be in the init control there, because this pertains to the game. So I will take it out and put it in, not in the board object, in the game object. So here, when I'm creating something, or when I'm creating it, for things that I change, I always put them, all those properties, on top. And the less I need to worry about certain properties, the more I put them down in my, essentially in the source code, because the level, the debug key and is a debug. I mean, this pertains to debugging. This is cool, but sometimes certain flags or process variables that I need to initialize, but I don't really care about, those always go quite down in my code, so that I know the most important things, apart from enums that I need down the line, happen pretty much on top of my file. Right. Okay, so player score can go down here. Player score. I mean, there's a score built-in variable in GameMaker, but I'm always hesitant when it comes to using built-in variables, because they have certain properties built in. For example, if you use the built-in variable speed with something, or even speed and direction with something that has a sprite, and maybe I want to use speed for how fast the time speed is progressing in my game. But if I'm using it, I mean, right now it's there on this object game control, which doesn't have a sprite. But maybe I should, would I use tile speed on my object tile? It would start moving in direction 0, because GameMaker says something has speed, then I move it on across the screen. And this is why I really don't want to mess with built-in variables, because I don't know what is all affected by those. Also, I think health is also a built-in variable. So all those things that are green, built-in variables, only use them when you know what's going on. So I call this player score, scrowy score. There we go, 0. And maybe it would also be nice to, oh my god, I'm zooming there. It would also be nice to store at a given moment, not a given moment, at a point in time, to store all the statistics, how many tiles you clicked open, how many treasures a player found. Might be interesting down the line, who knows. And the automatic unicorn fills the air with sparkles just because it can. Okay, so right. So and because this is prototyping, I will say do scoring, or where do I have it? I think here in the init. Wasn't in the init. Again, I'm just setting, or was it there on the board? Yeah, I need to move this code around probably. No, I don't have it here. I don't know where, maybe in tile. The thing that I'm talking about is, sorry. The thing that I'm talking about is that since this is debugging or finding something, whether it's fun or not, maybe it's good to have certain blocks of code be turned off and on just by flags in the source code. For example, react to mouse. When I just set this to false, then no tiles will react to the mouse. I mean, this is just depending on the tile itself and not on the entire game. So I don't know where I stuck this, maybe in just a test version. But there in the game where I say something like make a section that I just call rules, and I say do or rule do scoring and true. And only when this is true, I set, of course, the certain code blocks that they get executed. So maybe that I find down the line, yeah, I don't want scoring, but I want another rule that I came up with. So I can just do this by switching the flags on and off, because it's much easier than to always comment out certain code blocks. So we got score treasure bomb flag and hidden. And the game control object, I've made a global variable, so it could be read from pretty much anywhere. So when I'm in the tile, and yeah, you know what, this score counting needs to happen at the end of the level, but again, it might be more interesting for players if it happens as you go. So when you open up a tile with a treasure, you get the points right away and not just after the level is done, but certain things you can only get when the level is done. For example, all the tiles that you haven't opened. So yeah, let's do this. Clue costs HP. Okay, there is one. So I put this there in the rules. Rule clues cost HP false. Not implemented yet. So just that I know that this might be a rule. So rule do scoring, I just copy this and let's go over to the tile. And whenever something is clicked open or something flagged, let's try this. So do open if mouse is hover and if mouse click is button pressed. So there I'm doing the flagging with the right mouse button and the opening with the left mouse button and the transforming to a clue with the middle mouse button. And this, because I'm stacking now here if conditions, I also had this method of mine where I just say with all closing bracket, I tell myself which level it belongs to or what it is for. For example, here, this is the ending bracket of position meeting, so that I know, okay, so I'm still in this block where there is a position meeting, but not a place meeting, or the other way around. Right, so one thing I should do this apparently in the if mouse click is, so if a tile reacts to the mouse, and if the mouse is hovering over any instance of a tile object, and if there is a position meeting which actually returns the instance ID and not just, yeah, it's hovering over a tile object, but it's hovering over a specific instance ID at the given mouse position. And if I'm pressing the left mouse button, well, then let's do open. And do open is another if statement here. And we say, okay, I want to open this tile now. And okay, first, is it already open? Because then just skip it. And is opening allowed? Okay, and is it not flagged? Then okay, we can say, okay, this is open is true. This is do open. Again, this just happens only once. Apparently not, because do open is every frame I set do open to false right in the beginning, and only once it gets set to true. In this cascade of if statements, then it's set to true just per one frame. So, Frank said, use an editor where you can quickly jump back and forth to the start of the block. Yeah, this is the problem with GameMaker. I don't, with the IDE. I mean, it took them quite long to have this sort of folding implemented in the IDE. So again, this is why when things get bigger, I really just plop a comment at the closing bracket. Again, yeah, this is probably down to the GameMaker IDE. I'm aware that there are other IDEs out there. For example, Parakeet was one that I bought and wasn't very happy with it because it was super strict in certain terms where I think it really wanted to have all the var, the local variable or temporary variable definitions be terminated with a semicolon. And when I had my huge code base for Finesweeper, the game, I had like 200 errors or warnings. And yeah, this is where I thought, yeah, screw this. I already know my way around GameMaker Studio's default editor. Right, so once we do open and the occupant is a bomb, then I can say global game. I mean, right now, again, this is not the proper way of doing scoping because I'm not invoking a method in the game control object where it says, please subtract points or anything. No, I'm going straight into the object itself, straight at the property itself, and I say game player score minus equals global game score bomb. Well, not minus, plus, because again we're adding here. And if it's a treasure, I'm adding score treasure. Frank says, I've never used folding, but in Vim, if you press the percentage sign when the cursor is on a closing bracket, up, thank you, automated unicorn, you jump to the corresponding opening bracket. So you know which one that is, then you press again and you're back. So again, so you're just jumping up and down. So I think this makes sense. But to me, again, I tend to lose my way myself, but it's cool if your editor supports this. So yeah, Vim, if you're into it, you're Vimming. And the same with other types of brackets. And Cursipo says, never knew that, neat. So cool, so I think everyone learned here something. Well, not everyone, but some people did, and I applaud. And again, cheer. Raise my coffee for that. That's pretty cool. Again, with German keyboards, it might be a bit different, but I mean, probably can't do this here. No, of course, why would it work? Why would it work? I so miss Vim's ability to fold everything except the block I'm working on when using different editors. Yeah, I think this is quite a religious question of which editor you prefer, because as for me, I've grown pretty attached to Notepad++ over the years. Because especially what I like to do, which also some editors can do this. Also, by the way, the Game Maker editor is this great thing that Commander Stitch once told me, and I've learned this not long ago, is if you hold down Alt and go over different lines, you can write code over different lines, and of course you can just delete and insert and everything. So this was completely new to me. I was just blown away by the amount of of ease of use this got to me, because otherwise I would do things like this or make a macro if it would be a bit more. But yeah, always great if I learn something new. ZX, the feeling when you catch my drift. And percentage sign is probably one of my most used commands in Vim. Also, tilde to swap uppercase lowercase under the cursor. Oh, this is also nice. My god, this sounds, I mean, on one hand it sounds a bit hard to recall all those, or to remember all those special keys, but then again, once you know them, you really know them. It's like this arcane knowledge with Maya, where you have to know, okay, you're holding down Control and doing a right double click on something, or first you have to hit Control, then space, and do a right double click on something. Madness, pure madness. But some things like this, they just get passed down and passed on via tutorials, because yeah, good luck reading the Maya documentation. The main thing is to use an editor that actually has functionality. Exactly. I used to do web pages, web programming in Microsoft Notepad, and it's no way to do this. But it worked. But I think what was the biggest gripe that I had with Notepad? Let me quickly try it out. Okay, now it works, because sometimes with Notepad, I think in some Windows programs where you hit Control and backspace to delete entire words, it wouldn't. It would just print a special character, and it is infuriating that some text fields or so on don't do this. So yeah, I'm quite fond of keyboard shortcuts. And Notepad isn't useful for much. Exactly, I mean, Lady Misliff said, you want to talk archaic knowledge? How about using ASCII to make accents? Exactly. I mean, yeah, especially with French, right? At least there on my German keyboard, I got something. Okay, I need to make an insert now, because now we're in pet peeve territory. Let me bring up Notepad again and make the font quite big, because on the German keyboard, we have right next to the backspace key, we got two accent keys. One is this and one is the other. So those things here. And those accents, they are used when you write, for example, cafe. You type this one and it says cafe, or I think it's this way around, right? Which is cool, which is dandy, which I like very much, and I don't have to use arcane ASCII commands. But, and here comes my pet peeve, many people in German use this as apostrophes. And there is, look at Jenny's great thing. And there is, it looks wrong. It's not typographically correct. I mean, even if you use this ASCII apostrophe, it's not correct. You should use this one. This is the proper one, and it drives me crazy. Also, by the way, in German, when you do this sort of grammatic construction where it's a possessive, I think it's called, you also don't use the apostrophe. This is only in English, and people still do this. And the worst thing is when they do this with plural. So I got two dogs. And it's, like I said, it's one of those things there. Drives me insane. But I mean, you probably know that I'm quite easily startled by or annoyed by anything that's typographic that doesn't look right with the letters and anything. So that is wrong, says Frank. And Frank points out that ASCII doesn't have accents. Right, the standard ASCII doesn't. But yeah, and because I'm such a nerd when it comes to apostrophes and correct use of exclamation marks, I shit you not, I've remembered if you hold down all the ASCII codes or the Unicode codes, if you hold down Alt and type in Windows, let's say 0136, you get, for example, this thing here, a 1. What was it? Now that I think about it, I don't know. I don't recall it. 0132 is, yeah, and 0174 is registered trademark, and 0153 is the TM sign, and so on. So I've memorized some of those things that I need the most. For example, typographically, my God, I need to practice this word. Correct ways of doing quotations and apostrophes for that example. Right. But this has nothing to do with programming, only with my shortcomings as a human being. Right, where were we? Implementing scoring. And 13 is a musical note, I think. Oh yeah! My God, yeah, the good old... Okay, we're still back at it. 013, or just 13. Yeah, 13, 14. Those are the musical notes. And what is super helpful to me is 16. This is just this play button, and I always use it when posting some links. Or 0149 is this bullet when you do when you want to make a list in programs that don't support lists and so on. By the way, 26 is a little arrow. So yeah. And this is super arcane knowledge that probably most Windows default users, I would say like 90% of them, never used or know how to use or actually need to use. And Automode held a message for reason identity. I'll now to post in the chat. Oh my God, Frank, what did you say that it's automatically on hold? Okay, it got a lot of pluses in there, so I might allow it. Sparkle is M dash, says the automated unicorn. And 214 is EM dash, and I use it all the time. Yeah, the EM. Really, is it 214? Well, it's 01. Yeah, it's right, you're right. No, this was the wrong one. 02 2014. Look at this. It's this thorn character with me. I don't know why or how this happened. But what is the M dash? No, this was there we go. The EM and the EN dash are 0150 and 151. Yeah, there we go. Those I also like. And yeah, 0215 is the multiplication sign, and 0133 is the ellipsis, which I also like to use because in tweets where you want to use this, you save 2 characters over just typing 3. 3 periods. Okay, I really should stop this because this is a rabbit hole there. And Frank posted, yeah, this thing. I have a compose set up on my laptop, which means I have a special modifier key to combine stuff to compose. Plus apostrophe plus E is E with a apostrophe and so on, and the O with a dash, and C and P equals hammer and sickle. This is nice. Okay. The compose key is so powerful that the authorities want to suppress knowledge about it. Oh, this is fun. We're all nerding about ASCII. My god, yeah, you've come to the right place to nerd about ASCII character codes and apostrophes and... Oh, right, I was about to make a game, right? How could I forget? And Pickerlick 90 is here again, or just the unicorn, just because it has such a bad brain. It just... the unicorn's brain is like a colander. It got so many holes in it. Basically, with Composer, most stuff can be typed by just typing what it looks like, says Frank. And there are many things that aren't as obvious as this, right? But it's always helpful if you feel something in terms of usability. This is how it should work, and you haven't done it, and suddenly it works exactly as you would expect it. This is pure bliss, where we think, I want to thank the people who really thought about this hard and came to the conclusion that this is the most straightforward way of doing something. Case in point, not Windows. Right. Cool. So I was making a game, right? So I'm scoring the player score when you hit a bomb or pick up a treasure. This should work, but right now we're not printing it anywhere because we also need to let the player know what their score is at a given moment. And I do this here in the game control. There I got a draw GUI event, and this just draws the GUI. And I have here, if the instance exists of global board, then I can also say, yeah, with white, I just draw at the GUI top, and I got this weird thing here that is U divided by 2 times 1 times 2 times, let's say, 5 and so on. And this thing is just for myself. You shouldn't do this in the draw event, but I did it anyway because prototyping. And the U is just 1 unit, and I defined it as 96, and this is just to space the text nicely, or to have, for example, when I say I want to align it at the center. Okay, this is not a good example. When I want to align something to the right, then I use the entire canvas width as X, but minus U. Otherwise, it doesn't look nice when you want to align text, let's say, to the top and the left, and it really sticks there to the extreme top left, where it's the first pixel is on the upper left, top left corner. And I think this, even for prototyping, doesn't look very nice. So I always want to give it this little sort of margin, and this is how I started doing essentially just this boilerplate code that I just use my own, and I say, yeah, the X is at right, and it's not the extreme right. There is right, yeah, but it's, yeah, with this little margin there. And I'm using also these units here for pretty much this thing here, what I'm doing, so that I can have this, just the lines of text spaced evenly, and I can change the text spacing and so on and so forth. Polishing, I know. So let's say score. I zoom out a bit, and we say not the string level, but the string player score. And yes, this gets done with each step. Let's have a look at it. And score 0, and I click a treasure, score 5, and a bomb, minus 15. This was harsh, and yeah, we ended the level with 5, minus 5. Good. Okay, so let's do something where a correctly flagged tile gets also points. So where did I set this up? Game, level, rules, score, hidden. I think I called this score flag, right. So, and we should do this once the level was completed, right? And the automated unicorn shakes its manes and poop the rainbow. Beautiful. This is this is how unicorns roll. Okay, so right, since this should only be done when you're finished with the level, right? And I have here, you can see I got another enum that's called game state. And I have start once, in-game once, in-game fail once, fail, win once, win. What's up with this once thing here? This is how I came to do things with a state machine, essentially, where I want everything just at the first time a certain state is run. For example, I don't want every time we're in-game once, let's assume, yeah, when you start the game, the level music should be playing. And I only want to do this the first time when you get into the game and not at each frame to start the music, because you can probably guess how well this goes. So, and there are other ways to do this, but for me it's just the first, the simple solution, the most straightforward when I'm looking and I'm trying to comprehend things is, I'm switching here the game state and it says game start once. Or here, in-game start once. This is what happens here when you start the level, just once. And then the next state is in-game. So with the next step, this game control gets run. Then we are here in the next state. And then when we fail, we go to fail once. When we win, we go to win once. And also you can see here, this is currently the commented out level progression. So it always starts as once we're done with the first level, that's just this 3x3 thing that is defined here in, where do I have it? I don't think I have it even here. Oh yeah, there. Will get read from control board. So the first level is 3x3 with 1 bomb and 3 treasure and 1 clue. You can. So this, again, this is just hard coded there, but this is how I roll things. And I know here now that when do I want to score the player? Of course, when they have won the level once. It says here level clear, and I add 3 health points to the player in this case. But before that, tally score. And for this, I just iterate over all the tiles on the game board, and then make sure, just to assign points to each. Lady Mistliff says, all right, the snow is melting outside, so it's time for me to go bash some of the ice in the driveway so my car can stop tipping on it when I back in. My God, all the best to you. Heads off to to this grand endeavor. So it's good that spring is coming around. So you're in Canada, so I would assume it's pretty much snow all the way. And throw it aside so my dog can jump and do backflips. My God, this sounds cute. Please record this somewhere. I like now the picture of a dog doing backflips. And for some reason I have this Shiba Inu dog in my head doing backflips because my brain has been corrupted by memes. I'm really sorry. Okay, so we tally the score. How do we do this? Okay, we are here in the game object. So first I need to know, essentially I need to go to the board. And okay, here we go. In a perfect world, the game control would tell the board control, hey board, since you are friends with all those tiles, just ask them and then give me the answer. But we're here in prototyping land, and prototyping land means everybody, it's a free-for-all, everybody can write to every variable and every property, and also read every property. And at this point we're just saying, I do it myself. Just board, where are you? Give me your keys and I count the tiles myself. And this is what we're going to do. So for this I just create a, well, first we need to find and just call it board array, and make this a bit bigger here that you can follow along. I need an array of the boards essentially, and then with all that I am pretty much set. So the board array is, I got this here in a global variable, so it's global board, and then I got the array board. This is just the reference to the array, and maybe I should have called it also board array, or I just call it board tiles, not barred tiles, a bard's tile. Board tiles. There we go. Okay, so and with that I just say the good old thing, right? For I equals 0, I is less than array length board tiles I++. Right, and the tile in question var tile equals board tiles at I. I'm using at I now because at is an accessor. I think it's essentially just the pointer to what's in the array, so I'm not copying the array or something. I'm really just using the array that was, I mean, right now I don't really do it because I'm only reading it anyway, so it's pretty pointless. But otherwise, if you set something, you could make sure that you're not not making a copy of the array and writing something there, because with different programming languages, I've come to notice that they handle things differently, and they always have to look up, okay, which programming language passes an array as a copy of the array, which one passes a reference, and which one passes a reference unless you don't make any changes. When you return it, then it's also still the reference. But if you made changes, then you return a copy of it. And I think this is how GameMaker does it. So this is why you have those accessors for the different data structures. So probably I don't need it. So it's just board tiles at I. And now we just check at what is at this position tile. So if tile is open, or if a tile has not been opened, so this is the tiles that we are interested in first, and there we look at, well, is it flagged, or first we want, if it is not flagged, or if it is flagged, there we go. If tile is flagged, I have to look at the tile object. Create, how did I specify this? Is flagged, right? Or is logged? Is locked or is flagged? How did I mean, I use this interchangeably, so there might be something to investigate now, because locking is something as different as flagging. But I think I locked them. Locked. Is locked, is locked. So I've never used is flagged, but only is locked. I think. Let's check through it. So neighbors locked. If not, and the neighbors are locked, now they are locked. So okay, so I've used flagged and locked pretty much interchangeably, and this is biting me in my hiney right now. So I might as well just take out one. I mean here, this exclamation point here means that this was only referenced once here and never used. So I only used flagged and used this flag color here, but never used locked. So you know what? Let's make this differently. There is no flagging at this point. There is only locking. Good. Okay. So, and this will probably throw a lot of errors right now, but flag is flagged. There I'm using is flagged. Beautiful. So if is flagged and is locked. So if a tile is not, it is locked. So flagged means there's this grid open, and locked means you can't unlock it, you can't open it. In my implementation currently, this goes hand in hand. So if you flag something, it gets these stripes, and that means you can't click it open because it's protected. So maybe I should use, instead of the word is locked, is protected. Maybe I need this is locked again. If I really want to lock something, not just protect it from writing. Oh, beautiful. I get a tinnitus right now, and it's a sinus wave at 400 hertz, just in my right ear. Beautiful, beautiful. So I hope this goes away. Anyway, so where were we? Locked and open. So let me just. Okay, so you know what? I say color flagged or flag. Did I use it? Flag. Yeah, I'm right now in the middle of competing labels for something. Oh good, it's gone. It's gone. And the is locked and is flagged. Is locked, is flagged. Okay. But mouse is hover. Oh, thank you, Automated Unicorn. You're really helping there. And Pickalik90 says, the only two problems for any developer, naming and caches. Sick. Yeah, this is so true. Okay, so apparently I'm using is locked as... I really should, you know what, I really should specify this there in the code. Is flagged, visually flagging something, not allowing player to open. And maybe write this correctly. Not allowed to be opened by player. So this is to be super concise. And yeah, Ingvar also says this. Yeah, exactly. And off by one errors. Exactly. I think I'm having this also somewhere in my find neighbors code. But sometimes does this also happen to you? Sometimes you need to find a perfect name, a perfect label for something that is super concrete for the implementation, for the metaphor that you're using. And sometimes it really takes you like half an hour where you just stand up and make some coffee or a tea or pour yourself some drink where you just, what is the best label I could give this to this? And then you start get creative and use like anatomic terms, anatomy terms. Like, okay, I call this one bile and this one blister and this one phlegm and so on and so forth, because you really want to find the right metaphor for something that's happening in the code. And locked and flagged, I mean, my God, this is very stupid how I did things there. Okay, so let's go over through my entire step code and say, okay, if the tile is of type null, then it is locked, a player can't click it open and it does not react to the mouse. Good. If it's of type clue, it is locked because I can't click on it, I can't click it open, and it is by default set to be, it's already open. Okay. So if something is of a type resource, then it just gets a different color. If something is of type debug, it gets the debug color, which is also helpful if you do some board mathematics or finding neighbors or want to highlight all the tiles that are sitting on certain cross intersections of a board. This really helps me to just give them a different color that I can see at a glance what tiles are going to be affected. And by default, it got the default color. If it got no owner, then I'm throwing a message there and says, I don't have a parent. Right. Every frame I'm setting the color to the initial color and then changing it in the draw event to whatever else it is. So first, we don't do open and mouse is not hovering. If it's reacting to the mouse, then we just say, okay, so if the right button is pressed, then if something is not flagged, it is flagged, or vice versa. And I think this is the crucial part here, because when something is flagged, if is flagged, then I say it's locked as well. Is locked equals true. And to be sure, I mean, I could use an else, but since is locked is false, or otherwise, yeah, since this is run on everything, every frame, I really want to make sure. So if is flagged is locked true, I really need to make sure that I'm not making things harder for myself. Maybe I just put this in here. But then it would be hard-coded with this when I flag something, when something reacts to the right mouse button. And this is not where you would look at things where is it flagged or not. Yeah, anyway, bomb count, bomb type, do init is flagged. Yeah, I'm commenting this out for now, just to go through the rest of the code. Is mouse hover is flagged. So if it not open, is flagged equals are the neighbors locked. So again, I'm using here flagged and locked interchangeably. And neighbors locked equals not neighbors locked. I make this neighbors flagged. And you know what? I'm changing this neighbors locked to neighbors flagged. And I replace it all, everywhere. This has never been a problem, right? Okay, I save it. So the neighbors is flagged depends on whether the neighbors are flagged. The neighbors are flagged equals not. This is just to toggle when you right click on a clue that all the neighbors being toggled to be flagged or not. So highlight, however, do highlight is clue allow opening. So do open, there we go, close this. Automatic unicorn is spamming again, good. So if it's not open and we allow opening and is not flagged, you know what? And there we go. Flagging doesn't have to do anything with it being protected or not. So if it is not, is locked. Really trying to get my metaphor here straight. So if auto update clue, so right. And what I want to say is that everything that is flagged is indeed locked. So if I flag something here, and if is flagged, and you know what, right here I switch on here the type, and if it's of type clue, there is one thing, but if it's of type resource, and there we go, if it's flagged, then it is locked, otherwise it is not locked. Is locked false. And I think this should be it. So let's look at the draw event and see what I did here. So if is open, if not is open, then it's hidden. And the color is also color of hidden. Why? If is not open, really? Not quite sure why this is necessary, but let's keep it there. So if it's of type null, because on the last row that it looks even, that it looks symmetric, I had to essentially hide every other tile there. But it should not draw, it should not render, it should not react to mouse clicks, and of course it also should not contain any occupants such as treasure or bombs. So, and since it should not draw, essentially I just exit here this event. So if it finds that a tile is of type null, then it just sets the alpha to 0.2 because I needed this for debugging, so I can comment this out, and then it just exits this event here. So nothing else is run. But if it is not open, the sprite is hidden and the color is hidden. Okay, there it makes sense. This makes sense now. So I'm doing debugging, so I don't have to look at this. If we do highlighting, then it gets the color of a highlight. This could also be, could do this. Yeah, let's keep it where it is. So then I draw the background and the little border. So this is just, yeah, the tile itself. Draw base tile. Right, if it is it flagged, then I draw this sort of stripes over it. And if mouse is hover, then I also draw a white border around it. And Space Monkey redeemed unicorn. Thank you for redeeming the unicorn. So I have to drink. Cheers. Wonderful. Resource, right, is if the type is of type resource, then if is it open, then we switch the occupant to draw a blue B for a bomb or an orange T for a treasure, as it is right now. And is it a clue, then we change the font, and we say if the bomb count is greater then we draw the number of bombs, then we draw the number of treasures. And if do debug is on, then we also draw the neighbor IDs, so I don't need to mess with this. If debug tile coordinates is on, which is not, and display the tile IDs. Okay, good. And the unicorn sparkled something. It ruined my surprise, says Space Monkey. I'm really sorry that the automated unicorn always calls out someone who joins, but I said unicorn so many times now. Okay, so let's run and see if it actually runs with this changing of locked. And oh, look, I got a lot of things that aren't working as expected. What did I do? What did I do? Apparently I deleted something here and I have no idea what it was. All right, I didn't delete something here. I forgot to type it out. So we tell it is core. So if a tile is flagged, this is what we wanted. Then we say cool. Did you flag a bomb? So to do differentiate between flagged treasure and flagged bombs. Almost no typos. This is good. Then, but right now we just give the player points for this. So what was it called? Player clues? No, points, score, hidden. Was it hidden? No, we call this, no, score flag. There we go, score flag. Where was I? Right. Score. Player score, not paler. Player score plus equals the score flag. If it's flagged. Else, if it's not flagged, but it's still an unopened tile, then we just give the player a few points for hidden. Did I call it really hidden? Maybe I should not call it hidden, but unopened. 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 This at least is a bit more telling. Good, okay. And Reniverse, hello there, says, that happens to all of us, get so excited when we forget to close out of the if case. Yeah, this is when I do programming, many editors already do this. When you start with open brackets, they already do the close brackets right next to it, just that you really don't forget. Sometimes I really hate this, because when you're already inside of something, or you paste something that has a missing closing bracket, and you close the bracket, and then it indents something and goes all completely, messes up what you already have there. A big thing where this happens is maybe, oh my God, what IDE was this? Where when you type quotation marks, it already does a closed quotation mark, and it drives me nuts because I have to delete more automatically closed tags than I would need otherwise. So for me, it's best if I deactivate this, and just when I do something, I start out with the brackets myself. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so things run, and 3 treasures, 1, 2, 3, and this should clear the level. And score 15, does the score change? Yeah, it did change actually to 23. The problem is, when something pops up like this notification that congratulations, you've cleared the level, the game itself behind it is completely on hold. So if you want to play an animation and have this dialog box pop open, it does not work. So this dialog pops that says, you've finished the level, here are 3 HP. This is just for debugging. Some IDEs make us way too lazy. Yeah, this absolutely. I mean, you got code completion, you got snippets, you got tag completion. In the end, you should type this out all yourself, and also you remember all those big, immensely long variable names that you came up with before. There should not be auto-completion. My God, this reminds me of Borland C++ on DOS. I've never programmed with it. I just tried it out, and yeah, it's. I mean, on one hand, it's surprising how many features it already had in the early 90s, but then again, yeah, it's lacking quite something. Okay, right. So we got the score of 23. You know what? Let's play this level. I got here 3, 1, 2, 3, and I can flag this one here. And there is 1 treasure. Okay, so yeah. And also here, so there is 1 bomb and 2 treasures. So my changes might be that those are the things. There must be 2 bombs down here. And 1 treasure, 1 bomb. All right, here, 1 treasure, 1 bomb. 3 treasures, 3 treasures, 2 treasures. Okay, so 1, 2, and there must be, okay, this was the bomb, but this must be the treasure then. This is a treasure. And 2 bombs, 1 treasure, so this might be, yes. IDEs have some useful features, says Frank, but they usually come with horrendous editors, so they're not worth it for me. Yeah, and for me personally, it's every editor has different features and different ways of doing brackets or assumes how you want to do brackets. Then of course there's Visual Studio, which allows you to pick and choose which code style you want to prefer, and mine never quite works out because clearly, or was it Android Studio? Yeah, there was one where it says, yeah, pick and choose how you want to do brackets on a new line or the same line. Just tell me and I will adhere to it. And in the end, it did not. Or pretty much with anything else, if you have it, okay, it works with curly brackets, but not with angular brackets or pointy brackets. So yeah, clearly it tries to tell me something. Okay, there's still 1 treasure. Oh, 5 treasures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So is there a bomb? There's a treasure. Yeah, let's 4 and 1 bomb. So the bomb might be. Oh, it was not here. So treasure, probably a treasure. No, this was the bomb. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. 1 bomb. 4 okay, so this must be the bomb, and those are the treasures, and this is also the bomb, and there is a 50-50 chance that one is a bomb and one is a treasure. And let's have a look at the score. 133. When I click a bomb, it should be 143. And plus all those things that I flagged. So let's do the math here. This is 148 we should have plus everything else. So it's 272 because apparently the scoring system works. This is cool. And got any fun horror stories about IDEs? I would sure people have any. And Rith for 10 says using multiple IDEs then makes stuff even more confusing when each other has their own commands which can be duplicate in one and delete in the other. My god, Control-Shift-D. I never get used to it, what it does. This is absolutely true. Yeah, there should be one unified IDE for everything else, like the GOG Galaxy 2.0, where you just, no matter which thing you're programming in, the editor is always the same. I mean, in the end, you could, like I do this, as much as I can, I use Notepad++ for me. But again, it's this one size fits all solution. It might be some sort of Visual Studio, right, where it's just too complicated or overly complicated, where it takes half an afternoon of researching of how to turn on line numbers or off. Yeah, I don't think I have an opinion on this now that I'm thinking things over. And Frank says just a general lack of features that have become essential to me. Yeah, like I said before, once you start really getting used to certain features, you miss them everywhere else. And no matter how cool, if you get an AI that writes most of your code, but if Control-Shift-D, you can't set it yourself to what it does, then you're not going to have a good time because you always forget it. Right, let me quickly have a look at my phone, because again, this stream takes as long as my wife needs to be at work, and once she's done, she messages me, and I want to make sure that she's not looking at her watch and waiting for me at this side of the road for an hour while I'm still streaming. So this good thing is this has not been the case. And Space Monkey says, I've been impressed by Rider lately. Oh, please do tell, because I have no idea what Rider is. The only thing that I know about Rider is that this was how Twix was marketed in Europe in the 80s. And to this day, some of us still refer to the 80s as the time when Twix was still Rider, or Rider as we called it. And the automated unicorn sparkled your apparently your smiley emoticon there to a sparkle. Okay, so is this a fun game? This is actually the big question that I'm trying to answer here now, and how to make it more fun. Right now, I think what would be more fun is to, as a player, to make interesting decisions, to quote this good old misquote, half quote of Sid Meier there. I mean, I've read in his autobiography that he's not quite sure when he said it or that he really said it, but for those who don't know, Sid Meier supposedly once said a game is a series of interesting decisions. And whether he really said it or not in that case, I mean, there still rings truth to it, because I always think about it in terms of game design when in adventure games. So what are the actual interesting decisions a player makes? It's which dialogue line you pick, but essentially the game is pretty linear, and all the decisions you make is how wrong am I in terms to how the game wants to be solved. And then of course there are other games like, let's say, Civilization, where it's you as a player, you can make so many decisions, and each of them is, I mean, there's not one that's always better than the other, because there is another thing that I've learned is, if there is one option or one strategy or one thing that you always want to do, for example, let's assume there's a fictitious strategy game and you also have resources or farms that accumulate resources, and with every turn you have to go to your farms and click harvest resources, because they don't if they are only positive on the effects it has on your player, because you need resources to wage war against the other factions or something. Because if there is no negative associated with it, it's something that all the players would do with each turn. So you might as well automate this or find a different way where it's a trade-off for players. And I think the interesting decisions are those where there is no right or wrong. There's a trade-off for all decisions that are presented to the players. And yeah, this is, I think, what I and other things, for example, in this case here, because I want, I mean, here there is no downside. There are 4 treasures among its 6 neighbors. So you might as well automate this to always click those open, because essentially the game would play itself. But this is why I thought it might be interesting to award points to the players for unopened tiles. Because if you know, okay, I get more points if I don't open up just all those tiles, but make better decisions which tiles to open, maybe spend some resources there. I mean, now I know, okay, those... Just got an email, beautiful. Those tiles are pretty sure to be treasures. So now there's only a 50-50 chance of 2 tiles, and there must be one, so it must be probably this. Okay, this was wrong, then maybe it could be this. So okay, I know that 1 and 2, those are the tiles, and I get at least points for this one here, for flagging this correctly as empty, right? So this is, I would hope, an interesting decision. But it's not quite. And why not quite? Well, for one thing is to really suss out which of those 2 tiles, or ideally I would have liked to flag both of them. I spent quite a number of resources. For example, I spent 1 clue here to find out that, yeah, those 2 are treasures, and 1 clue here, and I went wrong once. But what is the reward I get for spending so many resources? Well, it's just 5 points, right? To get this right. So my assumption is players will think, yeah, why should I bother with this? I just click it open and save me the hassle of placing two clues here. So how to mitigate this, how to make this more interesting, how to make this an actual trade-off for players. Do they want to invest the resources? And the best trade-off is to make sure, if you want to invest resources, the outcome should always be better or at least equal to the resources that you've spent. In this case, I spent 2 clues here to make this tile a clue and this tile a clue, to learn more about the surrounding clues of this one here in the middle. Right now it didn't cost me anything, because here I get 10 clues, at least in this prototype, I get 10 clues for free per level. Maybe I could make it more interesting by saying, okay, you get 2 clues. Some of the clues are distributed randomly as it is now, but not as many. And then you get 2 or 3 clues for free. And the other, please, you have to buy the treasure that you've amassed, or even pay with your health points to get out one of those additional resources. So I think this might be interesting. Thank you so much for watching me talk, because for me it's like this rubber duck coding. I got my rubber ducky here. It's horribly dusty. While trying to explain my thinking process, it really helps me to really get to the bottom of the problems. And Space Monkey again redeemed unicorn. Unopened tile points could be interesting, says Cursey Boo. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So, but it should be more points, or where you can say, you know what? Maybe the unopened tiles, if you flag them or not. Again, I'm not quite sure if flagging means just protecting and it doesn't matter anyway, or that no matter what is under a flagged thing, or sorry, I'm already ahead. Rubber chat. Yeah, maybe to harken back to the Minesweeper thing, to make this more of a successor in a way to Minesweeper, where it's, of course, you can flag things, but you can only flag bombs. So if I say, yeah, this is a bomb, this is a bomb, this might be a bomb, this might be a bomb, and this might be a bomb, actually you get points deducted if you flag something that you think is a bomb but is not a bomb. And it's even worse if you flag something where you think it's a bomb that it might be a treasure. So maybe again, I'm not that big fan of punishing the player, because it's always better to have positive reinforcement than to have punishment. But again, to use punishment in game design, it can really sting. It's like losing a life or losing your last life before the boss battle. It really stings, because the game just said, yeah, all the time that you've invested, it's just gone. So maybe I don't want to punish the player too much for flagging something that is wrong. Instead, I want to give out bigger bonuses for things that they got right. So you know what, let me write this down before I forget it. Right, points, oh my god, this, I recently dropped my fountain pen, and this was, well, I don't really dropped it, I had it in my pocket, and the cap came off, and I bent the tip. And you shouldn't do this with expensive fountain pens, and now it's not as good as it was, and so I'm doing the good old pencil thing. And Space Monkey says, I wonder where Red Hermit is hiding. I mean, Red Hermit being a hermit, so who knows, doing hermit things, but which is just fine. And Reniverse, I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce your nick, is Posivibe only puzzle games. Exactly. You don't want your puzzle game to be punishing as well. I mean, it's like Sudoku shouting at you while you're trying to get your mind off things and trying to relax and really get focused on Sudoku, and Sudoku says, yo man, you put the one here wrong, and I'm going to punish you for it just because I can. Nobody likes aggressive puzzle games. Right, what did I want to say? Yeah, flagging of bombs. Flagging of bombs. Good. Good, or that I need to implement this. And unopened tiles, unopened empty tiles, points. And resources, right, clues. When I say the German word genau, which means is just right or exactly, because sometimes when I'm in the flow and I want to reiterate things, I say genau. 8 tiles, or no, you get tiles for free. Clue, or not tiles, clues, you get clues. Handful of clues per level. Some are distributed randomly. My god, handwriting is so slow. Distributed. I hope I can read this later on, but I can always watch my video. And some for free, some to place yourself for free, others buy with treasure. Does this make sense? Okay. Reniverse says that actually sounds like it would be a fun take on Sudoku. Yeah, it's abusive Sudoku, the game. And you just pronounce it Venevers. Right. Okay, so By the way, I've noticed that my camera, because the sun has set some time ago, I will change here, configure the video of the camera and say the exposure to -5 so that things aren't as dark. Here again, hides me just, well, overly bright. Now well, no matter. Okay, so what should we change with this? I want to be able for players to flag the bombs, and if they flag bombs correctly, they get points. So flagging of bombs. You know what? Where is my Pixel Prophecy notepad? Because I need my Pixel Prophecy notepad for this. Now it's too bright. Now it's too bright. You know what? I will reverse the thing that I did on the camera because you can't read it properly. Camera control, exposure, -6. Yeah, this is better. Yeah, just to really quick show you with my notepad design, it got here this, no, wrong thing here. These boxes here for where you can really put checkboxes. You can use them as checkboxes, and this is something that I use so often, and I really should more often. And actually, I shouldn't have used this little card here. So, okay, so we need to implement flagging of bombs. Flagging of bombs for points. Good. Okay. Space Monkey says, while the automated unicorn attempts to balance on one hoof. Yeah, it's probably bored by all this talk. Space Monkey says, making a Minesweeper game that leaves you with PTSD might be interesting as well. Please don't do it. Yeah, there we are again. Yeah, I don't think, I'm not a big fan of games that are overly punishing or overly harsh, because in the end, I mean, life's hard enough. Why should gaming be just as hard or just as unforgiving? So yeah, just good vibes only. I mean, it's okay to feel down at times, but at least I don't want my game to actively be a dick. So flagging of bombs for points. You write points not with an Y, do you? Points. There we go. The next thing is unopened empty tiles. So you want to keep as many tiles as you can unopened, because, okay, now we have to do some math. Probably I should open up Excel. No, you know what? Let's do this right from the gut. So how many points, or for how many treasure should you buy a clue? Maybe, you know what? Maybe let's say 3 treasure for 1 clue. Buy clues for treasure, 3 per clue, question mark. Right, because then it would be, there would be a little bit of a trade-off by how much treasure, because in the end you should get your score by how much treasure you have at the end of the level, right? You could spend all of your treasure for clues and try to strategically place clues over bombs. So maybe, like here, there one was a bomb, there is a bomb, and there is a bomb. So maybe I don't want it to, I mean, you could always use the strategy of placing clues over where things might be bombs, but I think it should be costly. So, yeah, again, I'm still trying to balance all the resources that I have. Right now, we have like 3 different kinds of resources. Four kinds of resources. We got HP, which is only affected if you click a bomb open. So this might go, I might use this differently, but yeah, in terms of game design, there might be a problem if it's a resource that really is not affected by anything else. Oh, well, maybe it influences something else, because if you've stepped on too many bombs, you run out of HP and the game is over. Otherwise, you could go on indefinitely, and I want to make this a bit more arcadey. So, just make a note here, resources. You know what? It might be more interesting if you could actually see this. See this, what I'm doing here, but it would be even better if we could follow along there as well. So MS Paint, there we go. So I got a couple of resources, and resources. This is not how you write this. Resources. There we go. There was an S there. So one thing is HP. And yeah, let's make this a bit bigger there that you can follow along. Yeah, let's make this even bigger. Let's go 48. So we got HP, and HP is influenced by stepping on bombs, stepping on B. And the other thing is game state, or it influences game state, right? So yeah, this is what the health points are for. Yes, maybe let's organize it like this. Can you read this? I think you can read this. The other thing that we have is treasure. Treasure. 36. Let's make this a bit bigger. Right. So treasure is more interesting because 28. Treasure, for one thing, right now is points. The other thing with treasure is, well, it's really just points, or well, it's also level completion. Because when you find all the treasure, or there is no hidden treasure left, then you finish the level essentially. And the other thing is, right now it's a currency for buying C's or clues. So can I make this of a different color? Yes, I can. Good. Okay, so this is the other resource that we have. I should have thought this through earlier. So okay, the next one I just post down here, or not post, plop down here, and this is clues. And it's already blue. This is good. So our resource of clues is 28. Those are handed out. Maybe I could use a bullet, handed out. Yeah, I don't need bullets now. I don't need to start with bullets. So handed out, and Reniverse redeemed unicorn. Cheers. I have to have some water when someone says unicorn, and I just said unicorn like 400 times. My God, all those coffee and water and all those fluids. Yeah, nature calls. Not quite yet, but maybe we'll do an intermission sometime soon. So clues are handed out, but clues are distributed randomly on level start. I'm really trying to organize my thoughts here, by the way. Clues are distributed randomly, they are handed out, and you can, at least in what I'm going to do, is purchase for treasure. Right, and then of course we have score. Let's make this field bigger. I shouldn't have gone for paint to do this, but yeah, score. And score is influenced also by a number of things. So score is one thing is treasure found. I just keep it as a T, so the color T, so I can visually connect the dots. Okay, by treasure found essentially, and tiles unopened, and bombs flagged. So I'm making the bomb now dark blue, and also this one here. Yeah, you can't really see it, but yeah. Okay, so the HP kinda stand out. I mean, it's important to have some sort of way to up the stakes, because I don't want players just to click randomly and say, yeah, I mean, if I'm not being punished for anything, it doesn't really matter, right? You need some kind of stakes to be raised, so that there are more bombs in later levels. So more bombs mean more. What is happening up here? Okay, now it's gone. Now it's back. I'm not quite sure if you can see this flickering going on here, but this is not what I wanted. Okay, never mind. Okay, so with the HP, it's really just there to make sure what are bombs, really to make sure that the player doesn't click around randomly, that there is some kind of strategizing involved, because clicking on a bomb is really punishing. For one thing, your score gets quite a hit when you hit a bomb, and also your HP get diminished. When your score goes down or below 0, it's not a problem. But if your HP goes down, of course, then the game is over. So the bombs essentially just drain your HP. And you only get new HP with a new level. At least for now. Maybe you could say that you can buy treasure. You can buy HP for treasure. But then again, it might be... Yeah, I don't want to do this. And... You're looking thirsty, man, says Reniverse. Yeah, thank you. Did you just redeem Unicorn again? I just said Unicorn. Oh my god. Why am I doing this? Right, okay, so HP. If you could buy HP for treasure, I mean, for treasure you can also buy clues. Clues, I mean, if HP is super expensive, you probably just buy clues and plaster over any tiles that you would think, yeah, there might be a bomb, there might be not. It's cheaper for me if I just use up a clue, and if it's a bomb, then it's now a clue. It's not that big of a deal, right? So yeah, I don't want players to exchange treasure for HP. So again, HP is the number of arrows of bombs you can step on per level, and it's always fixed, and you not get to choose your HP. It's not like with Finesweeper, where you can find hidden hearts among the board, where it's just a pickup that allows you to save up on certain things, where it's just a clear open or something. So yeah. Space Monkey says, sorry if I missed the discussion, but do you have a theme in mind for the game? For right now, no theme. I want, yeah, bombs and treasure is right now just stand-in for something. I said before, maybe it's kittens and bunnies, and you don't want to click on the bunnies but collect all the kittens, or vice versa. Who knows? Also, thanks Frank for feeding the unicorn. It's getting, I mean, is it hungry? We can ask the unicorn, by the way. Hungry. Not hungry, but yeah, it still wants a cookie. Right. Yeah, I don't have a theme for the game right now, because first I want the mechanics to be interesting themselves, and then I will think about a theme for it. I mean, since it's hexagon shaped, it's all about bees, because they build their hives in hexagons. So there we go. So no, I have no a theme for it in mind. But again, then it might be helpful to have a sort of metaphor, because from there you might get inspirations or ideas for things that you haven't thought on in this abstract way. But yeah, okay, HP. So I think I've defined now that HP can't buy me HP. And make this italic so that I know. Make this red. No, I make this green because it doesn't compress as bad as red. Make this a bit smaller, so just that I can have it as a note here. Space Monkey says, okay, that's how I make my puzzle games. I was wondering if you had a different way of doing things for this game. Every road leads to Roma, in my opinion. Yeah, in the end, as you said, whatever helps you to get at a certain at your goal in the end. But yeah, I'm trying now. Really, some of you know me that I'm have a problem with trying to polish or starting to polish things way too early and not focusing on the gameplay or the mechanics. And I'm really trying to hold off as best as I can with polishing and really get the game underneath going, because yeah. I mean, a crappy game that looks nice is still kind of crappy underneath, especially when you look at it and once you look past the graphics. And yeah, this is why I try with this game to get the mechanics fun. Right, so you can't buy me HP. Good. So treasure gets points. But you can also use it as currency for buying stuff. You buy, for example, you can buy clues. And one thing, again, that I really need to put into consideration is that as a player, you can just use all your treasure on clues and then plaster everything with clues where you think this might be a bomb, so just that I don't have to lose HP. So this might be a viable strategy, but it depends on for how much you want to sell clues. At the same time, I don't want to make clues too expensive because I want players to really strategize and use deduction to find out where there might be a treasure or where there may be not. And if the clues are too expensive, and then maybe they just click randomly and hope they get lucky, just not to spend any clues. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how to go with there. Yeah, with clues, again, I think it's best if there are some clues when you start out the level, not as many as there are now. This is the amount of clues you get when you restart a level. So it's quite many of them, and it also starts out with many treasure. I just noticed that it doesn't update here in the game when I restart the level, the treasure. Yeah, this is not good. And the HP also not. Yeah, anyway, yeah, I want to have three tiers of clues. So the clues that are distributed randomly, or maybe, just thought of it, maybe have some sort of curated levels where it's not just always a grid, where it's some tiles are hidden, or well, not hidden, where it has a certain shape, right? And where maybe for the tutorial or something. And again, where it's just a number of clues that already have been placed, maybe randomly as it is now, or in strategic places by the game designer, moi. Also, plus that, then there's the next tier of clues that you get started with. Let's say 2 clues. You have 2 clues that you can place freely, but that's it. If you want more, good luck finding treasure, because you need to spend your money, your treasure, for more clues. And you can again use clues as a last-ditch effort if you want to avoid to take a hit. I think this is good, right? Because HP, you really don't have a lot of HP, so it's best if you plaster a clue over where you think is a bomb. And this is good because best case scenario, well, you hit the bomb with a clue, you plaster over it, the bomb is gone, the threat is gone, and you didn't lose 1 health point. But it's also good if you don't hit the bomb, because now you got another clue, and this helps you make better decisions on the rest of the playing field. So I think plastering bombs with clues is something that I want to teach the players, that it is a viable strategy and that they should do it. Of course, they could also plaster clues over treasure, and then the treasure is gone. And in the end, I think I want to score. Again, we got this score, which is as a resource, which doesn't really add much to it apart from the high score in the end. The bragging rights, so to speak, that you get for how far you can advance in the game with what big of a score. And looking at my... Yeah. Again, maybe right now, as we have it, is when you collect a treasure there on the game board, it automatically adds to the score, and if you hit a bomb, it automatically subtracts from the score, right? But what if you only get scored after the level is done? Because then the game knows how many treasure or how much treasure you still ended up with. You could also spend all your treasure on clues, but clues don't really give you points. Or, yeah, probably. Yeah, you can say, I want to spend all my treasure with clues just so that I can beat the level, but you don't get any points for it. And maybe, wild idea, maybe later in the game there is some sort of progression or campaign going on. Maybe you can unlock stuff when you got a certain amount of score at a given moment. Or you can, maybe let's don't call it score, let's call it sparkle. And because the unicorn just pooped the rainbow, or rainbows or something. And maybe then you can unlock different boards, different levels, different rule sets or something, where it's just a way of rewarding the player for playing the game correctly in a sense. So if you just want to, you don't really care about the treasure, or don't really care about the score, you still have a good time. But other players who really care about these things probably are most incentivized or most rewarded by more interesting boards to play, so that they can keep playing. At least this is my philosophy of how this goes. So yeah, again, thank you, my rubber ducky chat, for helping me figure this out. So I think this is good. So let me put this again in words. So placing clues over bombs is a viable strategy. This is one thing. The other thing is score gets tallied at the end of levels. Points for treasure, points for unopened tiles, and score unlocks later level variants, campaign things, and so on. I think that's the gist of it, right? So yeah, as I've said before, I think nature calls now after all these this amount of water and what else I had. So I think Redinvest says, I gotta head off, but it was fun stopping by. The unicorn is awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for subscribing and for dropping by. It was great to have you, and I hope you had at least an entertaining time with me, using all of you as a rubber duck. So have a great Sunday still. Right, and for everyone still watching, I will take a break now, and I will switch over to intermission for, like, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, just to empty myself out and refill my glasses and maybe have a bite to eat or something. Yeah, and then we will start implementing all these things here. So yeah, and so that you don't get bored in the meantime, the intermission screen has a quiz going on. It's not interactive, but you can still, of course, post what answer you think in the chat. So yeah, I hope this is entertaining, and yeah, see you in a couple of minutes. Hello, you! It's me, I'm back. Thank you so much for sticking with me, and I hope the intermission screen with a little trivia question pop quiz was entertaining, because this was the last two weeks ago. This was my little pet project. I've never done anything as serious before in JavaScript, and it was really fun, and I might be adding to the questions and trivia things and so on, so that there's a bit more variety to it. So again, I'm back, I'm fully hydrated, and again, it's, my god, it's really dark. I think I will turn up the camera nonetheless, because the light outside has vanished. Configure video, there we go. This was the wrong one. This was also wrong, there we go. Yeah, excuse me. Again, I'm too bright. You know what? I will turn down the light. There we go. Because professionalism. Yeah, this looks better. I'm too bright. Yeah, I need to dim myself down a bit. Cool. So, yes. Where we were left was implementing that you could buy, with treasure you could buy clues, and that there aren't as many clues in a level when you start out. I think no comments, says Frank to my I'm not too bright, I need to dim myself down. But no worries, I've managed to dim myself down. You probably already seen my code, so you know. Oh yes, and thank you for feeding the unicorn, by the way. It got a little bit hungry in the meantime. Right, completely forgot about the unicorn, despite it sometimes sparkling up the chat. Okay, so I think the first thing that I want to do is take care of that when I'm restarting a level here, that the clue and the treasure actually gets updated correctly, because I mean, it's a prototype, it doesn't have to be perfect, but at least it also doesn't have to actively sabotage the game. Right, so I close everything, yes, even this, and start out with where did this happen in the game? Right. So board, where was I? Here with the board, when I hit space, they have this event that destroys all the tiles, creates a new control board, and destroys itself and restarts the room. So this is not good, because this happens here in the board and not in the game, because it doesn't tell anything. It doesn't tell the game essentially that it actually should update. So I'll delete this event and also delete this event that just says key down. So I just copy or cut the event, because this is not part of the board, this is part of the game control. Paste event, and add here this space, this key down event, space. So on space down, I just change here the state to the game start once, or not even game start once, in game once. So this essentially just builds a new board, creates a new board instance, switches the level and gives the treasure and the clues, and yeah, I think it sets all. Does it really set all or reset everything? It does not. So I want to restart the game, but on the other level. No, I don't start on the first. Yeah, never mind. I just say I set the state to start once. This is when the game starts. So state equals start once, and then the game should restart when I hit space at this very level. So when I finish this level and do something here, it should restart. Apparently, it does not work. Why does it not work? How is this possible? Game state start once. It's never that easy, right? We can't. Oh my god. Hi, it's me. I am still stupid. So again, thank you for reminding me, Cursey Boo. And here we are again on the screen. My god, this was probably horrible. So yeah, what happens now is when I restart the level, this happens. The treasure is still 0, the health points still get updated, but everything else does not change. So apparently my game restart even there in the in my prototype is not as good as it could be. So when I say game start once, if instance exists, yeah, I delete the instance game global board, global, not global var, global board. Yeah, I have no scruples whatsoever. I say instance destroy global board, and then I say instance destroy all the tiles. Destroy all instances of object tile. And hopefully this should fix it. You reduced the brightness too much. Yeah. up here. So let's hit space and tile not set before reading it. Tile mouse is hover. Of course not, because I destroyed all the tiles. And doing the simple restart is not as easy as I would have thought it is. So when I just hit save, hit space, it still says is mouse hover if is not set before reading it. Because object tile not set before reading it, yeah, because object tile does not exist. Where was this? Was it in the tile? No, it was, yeah, in object tile draw. So line 70. If is mouse hover. Does this not exist? Mouse is hover. Huh. Mouse is hover and is mouse hover. My god, did I really not catch this? Hover. Is mouse hover, is mouse hover. Clue is hovered resource, is mouse hover, is mouse hover. Is mouse is hover. Right, is mouse hover then. Did I never really catch this? Was this never an issue before? Because hovering works correctly, and when I hit space, yeah, now this now it works. So apparently I never initialized properly a variable there, but oh well, it works now. Good. Okay, next thing on the agenda that needs to work. You know what, let's save this out, at least there on the, yeah, in the concepts folder. I just call this 2021 28 and I call this concept version 1, no, concept for today. Good. I mean, this looks like MS Paint. Well, not so much MS Paint, more like a PowerPoint accident. Anyway, good. Okay, so I got this reset thing done. Placing clues over bomb is a viable strategy. Score gets tallied at the end. Score gets tallied at the end of the level. I think this is something that we could tackle because this should be easy. So I need to decouple the score counting from the tile itself. Excuse me, from the tile itself to here we go. Bomb count. No, this is not the scoring. From the tile itself. Let me finish my sentence. Thank you for chuckling, Automated Unicorn. Game player score. From that to the game itself. So when the game is done, state in-game once, state instance exists, state in-game, state fail once. I mean, when we failed, should we still tally the score, right? So yeah, maybe I will just copy and paste the code there. So scoring, there we go. So if tile is not open, we count all the flag tiles and so on, and also we say this player score, make this bit bigger there. player score plus equals score treasure. Did I call it treasure score? Treasure. Let me quickly check if score treasure. Yeah, this is correct. Score treasure times treasure. Was this treasure? This sounds too simple for me. But yes, it was treasure. Should we also count? Yes, we could. Oh, Frank redeemed unicorn. Cheers. Right, HP. Should we also give the player points for how many HP they still have? I think this might be also a good strategy. Score or points for HP left. I think this is good. Score HP left equals, you know what, I give you 15 points for every health point you still have. So to really make it worth your while that you play good. Play good. So player score is the score by treasure. Player score plus score HP left times the HP. And yes, I think that's it, right? Is it? Placing clues over B is a viable strategy. Then points for treasure. Ugh, really? This is how type treasure? Yeah, I mean, I've seen worse. Points for unopened tiles. This is scoring. Well, scoring needs to happen here. Points per tile. So flag tiles. I just make sure that it's really straightforward or very obvious what I'm doing here. Points for unopened tiles and points for correctly flagged bombs. So score bomb, and I say this bomb hit, and score bomb flag. And this, of course, is not in the negative. And I say when you hit a bomb, it's 20, but if you flag a bomb correctly, it's, let's give this a arbitrary value, 8. Of course, I need to change now this variable there, but first let's do this. This is what I call operating or doing open heart surgery, but you know you're juggling certain things in your head where you think, yeah, I still need to change this variable in the tile, but for now I'm implementing something else. And sometimes this where you have like 4 open construction sites, to change the metaphor, we've got 4 open 4 open arteries somewhere where you think they're clamped down right now, but I shouldn't wake the patient as of now, and please hope I didn't forget anything because everything is interconnected. What did I want to do? Right, this is in the game. Points per tile. Right, player score plus equals score bomb flag. If tile is flagged and if tile occupant equals this is equals occupant type bomb. Should we also give players points if they flagged something, flag the treasures, or does this, you know what, I just say to do, what if players flagged T's as B's? What if you flag T's as B's? We don't know. We don't know yet. So differentiate between flagged treasure and flagged bombs. Right, and now of course I need to flag something. Or tell it flag, score flag. I mean, here is, it just says flag. This could be anything. So again, I'm still between flagging and protecting something. So maybe you flag it as a bomb, or you want to protect it. Might this be too obscure or too ambiguous to players that there's a difference between flagging and locking. There might be. You know what, for now I ignore this. Maybe this comes up later, but for now maybe I still change the graphic. Now there we are. I changed the graphic. Where you flag something with a bomb, that also gets that this gets reflected in the icon that you see. I mean, for now, if something is protected, it got this stripey thingy. Do I have it still open here? No, I don't have it. Let's run this. Oh, I can't run this. Open heart surgery. As I said before, I shouldn't click anything because I need to change it here in the tile. Bomb count. If I step on a bomb, if it's open, if occupant is bomb, global player score. Yeah, then we can, once we step on a bomb, we can right away deduct this from the player. Bomb hit. There we go. Treasure again. Treasure gets counted when level is complete. Right. And I forgot what I wanted to do before. Yes, level clear. Right, score 929. Can this be? Again, the score doesn't get updated when I restart the game. So you know what? I need to make this sure that, well, not if not bulletproof, then at least workable. So that when you start the game, player score equals 0. I mean, right now we're starting at level 6. So yeah, where do I have it? Player. When you start the game, level is 1, HP is initial HP, treasure is initial treasure, player score equals 0. And the first level when you start it is of course 1, which is currently not implemented because every level defaults to these settings. So I give the player now just 2 clues, and initially there are 5 clues on the board. Let's try this. This is the first level, right? Good. So yeah, this looks different. So there are 5 clues now. Right, I wanted to change this thing here. That to make sure that this means it's protected, you can't click it. And there might be right now it just toggles on and off, but I want to have a third option between on, off, and flagged. Where am I? Tile game assets. Tile template. There we go. So I just have here a background so that you know what it is. And I add here something that I call just flag. And to make sure what this means, I just think, you know what, let's make this as a flag, just a B with a question mark. So bomb question mark, something like this. And to make sure that players can't click it, it's also protected. Right, and I make this white so I can give it any color in GameMaker. So it's so that I can just really flag it. Not flag it, sorry, completely wrong choice of words. In GameMaker, when I'm any color that you have, you multiply it with the value underneath. So when I mean, my entire game or most of the game of Finesweeper is monochrome, and the color comes just from multiplying. And Frank says, good night, Ingvar. So Ingvar is going because, oh, I've completely missed it. It was great hanging out with you, but I'm better. Hit the sack now before it's too late. See you around. Oh, I'm sorry that I missed it 1.5 minutes. So have a good night's sleep, and thank you so much for sticking with me despite probably very late in the night, since tomorrow is Monday. So I really appreciate it that you dropped by. Right, to make sure or to carry across to players that this means it's flagged or something, or this is some sort of spell. I want to add something there. Maybe I just copy over The layer style, maybe, I'm not quite sure how to convey this. Maybe, you know what, maybe I will, let's try this. So, right, this needs to be 100%, but I can turn it off. And this I make a bit smaller. And, right. No font. And the opacity, I don't want it to fill, but I want to stroke it. I have a stroke here of 6 points. And I mean, this is already a bit polishing that I'm doing here right now. So, what did I do? I changed the layer order. This is not what I wanted. What I wanted was add a layer mask and make this a bit more interesting, I hope. I don't think that this is going to be more interesting. No, this looks horrible. Oh, the unicorn is hungry. I just feed it some cookies then. So that we can keep going. So this looks horrible and I don't like it, and in the gutter it goes. You know what? I have an idea. Just how about a nice radial gradient? Can't go wrong with radial gradients, can you? Apparently you can. I wanted it reversed. Oh, I can just click it there, reverse. Yeah, something like this. So just that you know it's flagged as something different. So let me just call it PNG tile flagged. This, I'm very certain that I will change this down the line, but just to have something there in the tile object. So not tile object, in the sprite. So I'm using just one sprite, and instead of using it as animation, because it would look like this, I'm just adding a file insert frame there, and I say file, where is it? Image, import image. Where do I have my asset? There we go. Right, so I didn't need to have this empty thing here. Okay, cool. So this is how it looks, but I also need, of course, to specify this in the object itself. Oh, Commander Stitch, hello. Thank you so much for dropping by. Where was I? Right. So when you flag something, I have here image border. This image number here is actually the sprite, the number of the sub image there in the sprite. So 1 is just the background, 2 is windows. Where are my windows? Show all. There we go. So background is 0, 1 is border, and 2 is locked. And I will call this 3, and I call this flagged. Image flagged. Oh, I already have a flag there, and I used it interchangeably because I'm not have been making things hard for myself anyway. Commander Stitch says, no problem. I hope all the things are happening for you. Apparently they are, all the good things, at least. Yeah, I mean, it's almost looking like a game, almost. So, right, what I wanted to do, of course, now that I have different states, not just locked or not locked, I need another enum, and I call this enum flag state, and there is none, flagged or locked, so that I can add something as well, should I want it to add. So, and of course I need to set this as well, occupant ID flag state equals flag state none. No n. No n. None. There we go. I have to translate it into German, then it works. And automated unicorn replaces random words with sparkle. Yes, this is what it likes to do. Right. Do open, do draw. No, when I right-click something, it should switch through these kinds of flag states, essentially. So this right-clicking is happening here. If mouse is hover and mouse button is pressed right. Oh, this is for all the neighbors. Right, this is not what I want. React to mouse if mouse is hover, is mouse left button. There we go. If button is right and if it is not open, I just switch to flag state here, but now I need to make this a bit more complicated, so there we go. Flag state plus, right? Because it's an enum, and in GameMaker enums are treated interchangeably as integers. So it's 0, 1 and 2, right? So by the way, I always like to do this something like this. I call this underscore last so that I know it's a special keyword. And then I say if flag state is equal or greater than flag state last, then it should be the first, right? Flag state equals 0. As long as I don't assign weird things like something like this here, it should work. So flag state should be none. Right, and then we can just switch on flag state. So case flag state none, break, just to make sure that it's there. Case flag state, what did I have? Flag state flagged or locked. Let's go with locked first, break. So just to lay the scaffolding here, and flagged. The unicorn is hungry again. Really, I should again tweak the digestion speed of the unicorn. So it should give some rest now. Okay, so the flag state is flagged. So flagged equals is flagged is true, and also is locked because I want to protect it, equals true. And when we lock something, I also want it that it is locked, but it is flagged is false. Well, you know what, we can, since we only need this is flagged false, we can do this here. Something is not flagged, and it should only be flagged if it's of course flagged, and something is also flag state is none, is flagged false, just to be sure, and is locked false. Not goals, it's false. Right, so with that I should also add colons there to get the warnings away with. Beautiful, good. And then of course I need to change, depending on whether something is flagged or locked, I need to change the sub image. Right now I do this here in the draw event. So when something is flagged, I draw on top a certain sprite. But now I just say, instead of if is flagged, I just switch on the, where does this happen, by the way? Okay, so if is flagged, because this should not happen on clues, this should only happen resources. So this, there we are in the resource type, and there if is open and if is occupant, so there it prints a B for bomb or a T for treasure. But underneath this, when it's not open, I want to switch on again flag, the flag state. Switch on flag state. There we go. Case flag state none. Again, maybe I could just copy this over. Maybe I just copy this over there. I got 2 breaks there. Give me a break. I'm easily amused by my own jokes. So if the flag state is locked, then we draw not the flagged sprite. In this case, we draw the flagged sprite. And in this case, we draw the locked sprite. Image locked. With a certain alpha. What is the alpha value? Maybe we could also change the alpha. But yeah, for now, just keep it as it is. And crossing my fingers, now with right clicking, we should toggle through all the modes there. Yes, look at this, it works exactly. And when it's B, I can't click it. When it's locked, I apparently can click it. Yeah, this is not good. How did this happen there? It should be locked. So if flag state locked is locked true, and is flagged is false. So I just locked it and did not flag it. Is this an underscore? Yeah, just disappeared when I was zooming in. Good. No, bad. Why does this happen? So the flag state, this switches through perfectly. So I think the only problem is that when something is flagged or is locked, it still opens. So where does this happen? If mouse is hover and I say do open, or at least this is the request that we want to open something. So if it is not open and the opening is allowed and it is not locked, but apparently something should be locked. So my hunch is that this is locked is not always set correctly. Why is it not? So it's do open, right? And this should happen when we're reacting to the mouse, something is not open, and is flagged equals not is flagged. So I think this is the problem there, because I'm still toggling on this is flagged thing. I think this was the problem. So let's try this again. So this works. No, this was not the problem, but at least when something is flagged as a bomb, it's locked. But not the other way around. Okay, so this was not the case, not the problem. So if is not open, mouse click is pressed, do open, right. I'm just checking if flag state is none, is not locked, is not flagged. If flag state is locked is true, is flagged is false. You know what, maybe I should have it the same sequence, that flagged comes always first and locked always second. So flag state none, neither flagged nor locked. Flag state locked is not flagged but locked, and flagged is flagged and locked. This makes sense. Good, good. Is flagged false, and you know what, I will try to code this as well, and is locked also false. This works, can't click it, and I still can click it. Okay, so apparently this was not, this didn't happen here. So is flagged. I would just go through this is flagged there and see if is flagged, then the neighbors are flagged. If is flagged, tile type resource. If is flagged, then is locked is true. Otherwise, is locked is false. There we go. If is flagged. So essentially we're setting this twice. Not quite sure whether this is good or not, but you know what? I switch later on the flag state and don't do it here. I just say, hey, the flag state is the following, and later on do what you shall here with this is locked. So first, I think this needs to go here. Then we can get rid of this. Is flagged false and is locked false. So in case it falls through here, then it's neither locked nor flagged. And I think this should have been the problem. So can't click it now, good, can't click it. Middle right clicking, okay. The problem is now when I right click something, which usually was to lock all the surroundings, I can't now. Because of course I've changed things here. So instead of, because I changed the flagged or locked state, which I shouldn't touch anymore because this gets set programmatically here. So instead I need to tell the flag state of the neighbors. So if I use the right mouse, click right here and say here manually or explicitly is flagged equals neighbors flagged. But instead I just say if the neighbors are flagged, then because this was just a binary flag, and right now, you know what makes this? Let's make this a bit nicer looking, that I just can be sure, and I comment this out and I say our flag state is equal to flag state, or it's not equal to, it's an assignment, is flag state flagged. Or not, is protected, locked, there we go. And this should be it. I close all the windows. Good. And let's try this. So when I right click on something, is it a bomb? Question mark. Is it locked? I can't click it. Good. When I right click something, it should toggle, but it doesn't toggle anymore. Why does it not toggle? Because yeah, of course it does not. No, this was the wrong one. Because I just said, yeah, whatever the toggle flag is, the toggle state is, just pass this on to the individual tiles. And of course, this doesn't work anymore. So, neighbor type clue. Where was I? Where was I? Flag state last mouse button pressed. If transform to clue. Right. But no, not what I was thinking. Where in my code was this? Where did this happen? There it happened. So the flag state, by the way, so this neighbors flagged is part of the clue. So the clue itself knows whether its neighbors are flagged or not. And you can see there it was just a toggle, right? So if it's no one, it is open, it's not open, then the flag state is locked. But this doesn't make sense, so I need to switch again. So if flag, if neighbors flagged, then we say yes, it's locked, else it's none. And that, sorry, wrong shortcut there. And that should have solved the problem. Yes, now it works. So when you flag something there as maybe a bomb, and then you toggle this, yeah, now it works like this. Cool. Okay, good. So what's next on our agenda? So score gets tallied at the end of the levels. I haven't looked at this. Let's try again. I just start with the first level and then have a look at my score. So right now the score is 0. When I click a bomb, I get deduction, but now I get points for my HP. So I'm at -20 now. I should get 3 times the points for treasure and 6 times the point for HP and 1 point for an unopened tile, which is 931. Can this be? So for something unopened, I get 2 points. For HP left, I get 15 points. Let's check this again. Let's check this again. Oh, you know what? We don't need to do the calculations ourselves. I just tell it here once level was over to print us some logs, right? So scoring var treasure, or just T score equals score treasure by score treasure, player score plus T score. And I also say show debug message T score plus string T score. Same thing here with the HP score. Plus HP score and to be super helpful I just say now and just print the player score, string player score as well. There needs to be a plus. Oh, God. Yes, this looks correct. Does it? There's one missing. Good, so I will append this here as well, so that I always know at which point what score gets added. And then I say score before. I say here var debug score, or yeah, it's debug. I know it, so I just say what did I yes score bomb. You know what? I will leave this out for now just to make sure. And the unopened score is 0. There I will just say unopened score plus equals score unopened, that I can also really see the progression of how the score gets tallied up. And I call this unop score, unopened score string HP string unopened score there. Good, my God, this was a lot of typing just to see whether the scoring is working. So right, with the third treasure thing, I stepped on one bomb. We're at -20 now. Let's make this a bit smaller, that we can read here what's going to be displayed in the output. So yeah, you know what? Let's start over, because I want one, or at least one tile to be unopened. Yeah, this with my luck it doesn't work. Okay, 3. There was the bomb. 1, 2. I really have to click open all the tiles. I want to get lucky. Come on. 2, 1, 2. And again. Okay, so we're at -20. And let's see what the output says. T-score is now 15. T-score is 15 HP score. Why is it? Oh, okay. So I get it. I get it why the score was such high. It's the usual thing, right? I do this inside of a loop. For each tile that remains, I add all the treasure and the HP points to the player. Of course I do. Score, not scorper. My God. So tally score. First I do this, that should only happen once, and yeah. Wow, good old inside of a loop thing. Let's try this again, and now it should be correct. So have 3 HP. We are at -20, and we should have 3 treasure score and 6 HP score. Let's have a look at this. T score now -5, so we were at -20. 3 times 5 is 15. We're at -5 now, and 6 times the score for that is 85. And unop score is 0, and then we have one unopened score of 2. How is there still one unopened? Okay, so there again we have a problem, that there are 2 things that are counted as unopened. How and why are those set as unopened? And I have a hunch, because there are clues and I didn't exclude clues. So if tile is open and is not tile type, or tile type is not of type tile type clue. Because clues can also be set as open or unopened. So maybe this might be part of the problem there. And the unicorn pooped something again. Beautiful. Okay, let's try this again. Make this a bit smaller here. Okay, so 2, 1, 2. The bomb. And right. Again, I don't like this. This unopened score of 2. And it says now 2, but it should add to it. I don't really get it. So this is something that is not correct. So unopened score is plus score unopened. So if the tile type is not open and is not of type clue. So there, this is wrong. So if the tile is not open, and else if the tile type is not of type clue. That should be it, I hope. Good, so again we have here this unop score of 2, but actually I left one unopened. There we go. This one is unopened, but I still don't understand why we get 2 points twice essentially. So unopened score. Oh, so I'm resetting the unopened score again inside the loop. My God, what am I doing? Okay, so we should get 3 points for treasure. That should be 15. This we get. We get points for HP, for 7 HP. This we get. It's now 125. And unopened score is 2 and 4. And 6 and 8. So the unopened score now is 1, 2, 3, 4. So we get 4 times for unopened, but we only have 2 things that are unopened. This is not correct. This is simply not correct. Why? So if the type is not of tile type clue, right? And so the tile, we only if the tile is not open. Okay, first thing, I think the tile itself that we click to finish the level doesn't get registered as is open, because before it can set itself to is open, before it can set its flag, we're already telling up the score. So I look over in the object tile, and so the treasure there should be if do open is open. Well, I've set it to is open to true, and then add treasure plus plus or bomb plus plus. And then I break and auto update clue. Right, so essentially it should read is open. Huh. I don't need Photoshop right now, so I will close this and I will try it again. So yeah, we're in debugging stage right now, and I still got here something on my list. So score gets tallied at the end of the levels. Yeah, this... Thank you. This kinda works. it does not. Points for treasure, yeah, this works. Points for unopened tiles, yeah, this kind of works. Score unlocks later levels, yeah, this we don't. Points for HP left, this is done. If you, I used the smallest 1 pixel wide brush that I can for doing the strikeouts. Yeah, score gets tallied at the end of the levels. Placing clues over B is a viable strategy. Okay, yeah, it is. But so how many unopened clues do we get? We get here. Essentially, we should get only 1, or in this case, apparently 2. But let's see. But it's 3. It is 3. And why? Which one gives us or counts as unopened? You know what? Time for our debugging setup. Okay, so game. So we step through all the tiles in the array. Then we get the tile, and if the tile is not open, right? But if the tile is open, we show unop score. No, we show only this thing here when it actually there's a change. Okay, so right. If the tile is flagged, then right now everything is commented out. But if the tile is of type clue or is not a clue, maybe we should do this differently. Maybe if the tile is of type resource, just to exclude everything that we don't want. Then so the tile is closed and it's of type resource, no matter what's underneath, right? If tile is flagged and tile, to make sure that the tile type equals tile type and is not a clue. My God, I have to really safeguard it against myself there. Okay, so point score for score unopened. Let's give this another try. Make this smaller again. Good. So bam, 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 and we should get here unopened score 2. Okay, so this looks correct, right? Now 2. This does not look correct. So the player score should be here, so that I really know that the player score at the end. My God, this is the least fun thing to do. I think it's just bulletproofing your crappy solution. We're at -20, and there's the last thing, and we should get 85. 6 HP score, now 85, right? And we are at 85. Okay, so good, this works. Now I have to make sure that the unopened tiles don't get counted. And for this I need to finish a level with 1 unopened tile, at least 1. So there are 2 treasures. Okay, so there is 1 unopened tile. And it says here unop score 2. Okay, so okay, it works. So this kind of scoring system at the end of the level works. My God, there must be a change in the weather. My nose, the tip of my nose is itching, and this is always when I notice there something with the weather is going on, especially in the summer. My nose starts to itch. Okay, points for HP left. We got this. We know this. Points for treasure, yes. Points for unopened tiles, yes. Score unlocks later in level, yeah, this is something for later. Score gets tallied at the end of the level, yes. Placing clues over B is a viable strategy. Well, yes, it is, but one thing that I want is buy clues from treasure. I think this is something that we could add, but how? Let's save this as a different file. Today version 2. Good. Okay, let's have a look at the game. I want the game, well, let's skip the first level. So now you start out with 2 clue tiles that you can place however you wish. And there must be 1 and there must be the R. Okay. So, but now I want to have some sort of treasure or some sort of option to buy with my treasure clues. We could make this, sorry. I just thought maybe to make this transaction automatically. So when you run out of clue tiles and you hit your middle mouse button, it automatically deducts 2 treasure, or how much 1 clue costs, from your treasure. But again, maybe you want to stockpile on clues and don't really care. So the question is whether this should happen automatically, which would make sense, or whether you need to click a button and say, yeah, I want to buy a clue, right? Because maybe you want to actively spend your treasure on clues and then end up with like 100 clues. I don't know. But why would you? Why would you not use only a treasure for a clue when you actually really need it? So right now I've run out of clue tiles, but I got 3 treasure. So maybe it should work like this way. So if any of you are still watching and still following me, quick question. So what do you like? Is it better to have a button where you can buy treasures for clues, or should it happen automatically that once you run out of clue tiles, it automatically subtracts the cost if you can afford it from treasures, and you get the clue? Upsides and downsides. The downside of the button is it's a bit cumbersome, that you have to, when you're in the flow and you have to move your mouse pointer somewhere and hit buy, or maybe it's there. Might be cluttering up things. The upside is, of course, you can, as a player, it's very clear what you're doing, that you're exchanging treasure for clues by hitting this button. If it happens automatically when you run out of clues, but you don't really look at how many clues the level still gave you for free, and then you start eating up your treasure and you don't quite know it as a player. And so maybe this might be a problem, especially if you're new to the game. So why don't I get any points? But it says clue tiles 0, but I still could place some clues. So yeah, probably this might be, you know what, this could be something in the game's options where you can say when clues hit 0, automatically buy clues for treasure, otherwise you have to use the button. Frank says, I guess it's time to admit that I'm no longer concentrating on the stream very much. Hey, completely, it's okay. It's very okay. It's because I don't expect anyone else to be as deep into this. So if it's just me mumbling from one of your tabs, really, it's no problem. Cursey Poo says, button sounds better. Auto stuff can be annoying. Yes, I think, I mean, if it's on by default that you have to click the button, it's very clear to newcomers what is happening. And when you have an option screen where it says automatically buy or automatically exchange treasure for clues, once you activate this, you probably know what you're doing. And I think then it's maybe there's a little sparkle or something, blood dripping from the treasure, or just something to indicate from the corner of your eye that you just exchanged treasure for a clue. Yes. But thank you, Automatic Unicorn, that maybe put sparkle bright colors. So sparkle, don't sparkle it. Yeah, so Cursey Poo says to put some bright colors so that users don't miss it. So in other sense, we need to make this a nice little exchange button where once you hover over it, it says buy clue for X treasure. And once you hit it and you can afford it, then it fills up your clue tiles. I think this is something that I feel confident about doing today. Still. So, and there is, for those who don't know GameMaker, there is one of the shortcomings. There is no thing as a button. I have to code it myself. I have to code the hovering mechanic myself. I have to code, essentially make a sprite. Then once you hover over the sprite and so on, pretty much like I'm doing here with the tiles. So yeah, this is a bit annoying, but yeah, whatever. So maybe I make a new object and I call this, I mean, I could already call this button and then inherit this exchange mechanism from this. But for now, I just call it object and call it exchange. And I like this song. Haven't heard this in a while. This is one of my best songs in the background. This one here. Now the guitar solo, I mean the other one. Yeah, I'm sorry for exposing you to my music in a forced way, but I haven't heard this song in quite a while, and I still like the solo. Crazy Boo, yeah, Big Cat, and oh, thank you so much for feeding the unicorn. Yeah, I really should work on its digestive tract that it's not distracting. So let me change there, resize all frames. Let me change the size to. Yeah, I mean, since this is just a prototype anyways, I just say scale image to 256 by 256 pixels. This is a nice power of 2 size. This I can work with, and I just make it of a super ugly color. Or I mean, it's exchange clues, so I make it blue, like the clue. And maybe give it a darker border because it's not ugly enough at this point. Yeah, this is not my best box, but yeah, what what the hell? It just needs to be something, right? So, and because I want the text to be centered, I just say that the it's middle center. There we go. That the origin of it is middle center, and the collision mask I make a simple rectangle because exactly. Good. Okay, so this is my sprite, and now I need to code up the entire button behavior. So create. First of all, it needs to have a label, and I call the label exchange game global game. It because at this point global game it I hope it should have this global variable set. So in the global variable should already be a reference to the game control. So there we say we just pull out the value of how many we wanted the exchange rate. So first, of course, we need to set the exchange rate, of course. So rules exchange value clues. Let's say 2 clues, treasure for 1 clue. Right. So exchange 2 treasure for 1 clue. So this is the exchange value, and we say global game exchange value. Of course, we need to make this a string because this is game maker and everything needs to be as explicit. So exchange T for 1 clue. Treasure. Oh, let's make there nice line breaks. Exchange, new line, X treasure, new line for new line 1 clue. Good. Okay, so this is one thing, and we say this if global game exchange, or if instance exists, global game, then else I just call it, well, first we need to specify label is nothing, or is empty, an empty string, and then I say label is exchange treasure for clue. Exchange, yes, this is correctly written for clue. Let's make this capital C. Good. Is there still an error message? No, there is no error message. Right, okay, so maybe then is hover equals false, do init, maybe I want to do this, do init is true. Then I create a new step event. If do init, then we initialize something, do init equals false. And then we check to see whether the mouse pointer is hovering over it or not. Well, maybe we need also the sprite that we want to draw. So just call this sprite equals spur exchange. So this is just a reference to the number, to the internal number where this sprite is located. Good, maybe font, and we call this F and T. Do we have debug small and a text color? And this is just white for now, just to have something there. Good, okay, so essentially now what I'm taking is the collision code from the tile for the mouse. So if mouse is hover, how do I find out where if is mouse hover? It is there. Good. So where was I? Here, exchange. So in each step we see if there is the mouse hovering, and is mouse hover is false. Is mouse hover is also false when we start with it. If react to mouse, just copy the name there, true. Then place meeting is mouse hover equals true. Right, so there we just, one thing that we need to make sure is of course object index, so that we're checking it against the object that it is itself. So, right, and if is mouse hover and there's a click, if mouse, you know what, I always like it when I'm clicking something and it doesn't have to be reactive or super reactive, like maybe a gun in a shooter. Sometimes it's nicer if it's on mouse up again, because maybe you just think, oh, of course I need to buy a clue. Well, wait, maybe I don't want it, and then you move the mouse away and release the button. So I think it's better if that it's on the release button, and we say mouse button left. So if the mouse button is left and released, then we check, or we say by clue equals true. So we decouple this at least, or do by clue equals false. Yeah, and I like to decouple this from the if statements that they don't get too nested. Maybe I also want to change things there. And oh, hello there, Lemon Juice and Miosame and John Motella. You've been called out by the Automated Unicorn. Maybe some of you are still there, but probably most of you have already left, because yeah, it's probably this stream is not for everyone when I'm in the middle of my little game there and you have no idea what I'm talking about. So no hard feelings. Okay, so if do by clue, then we want to check if it's actually possible for us to or allowed to buy a clue. So first we need to make sure if treasure, or first we need to make sure that the game control actually exists. Well, at this point, Schmelliork says here, puzzle game, yes. Let me quickly show you. I hope this runs if I run it now. Yeah, this if statement is not correct. Yeah, it's essentially a Minesweeper reloaded style where it's hexagons and the T is treasure. You want to collect the treasure, but you want to avoid the bombs, which are the blue ones. But the cool blue things. The cool thing is that you can plop clues yourself. For example, I don't know which one is the treasure or which one is the bomb, so I just place maybe here a clue, and now it says, okay, 3 and 3. Maybe I use another clue here and it still says 3 and 3. So maybe this is a bomb. Yeah, this was bad. Okay, so now I'm just guessing. Now I'm just guessing, and I've run out of clues that I could place. And now I want to exchange my treasure for clues. And this is what I'm working right now on, that you have a button where you can just buy a clue for a certain treasure. So if I have enough treasure, or first, yeah, if I have enough treasure, game, global game, this is the reference to the game control, global game. If the treasure is at least treasure trousers, what am I typing? Treasure. Right, so if the treasure is at least equal or greater than the cost, global game, exchange rate, exchange value, well, let's just call it exchange rate, clues, then of course I have to change it. So of course we can only exchange something when we can afford it, else we just bounce, and then we buy something, yes, then global game treasure. Then we deduct minus equals the exchange rate and global game clues plus because it's 1. Good. And this should actually be it. I would like to test it, but right now, of course, I can't because I don't have this button anywhere. So when I create my board or the game, who's responsible for this exchange? It's the game. It's in the game. So maybe I make here also a reference for the exchange, and I call this exchange button for now equals no one, so that it manages the exchange button. So, and when we create the game, or when we start the game once and we check there, so if the board does not exist, okay, so if not instance exists, what did I call it? Exchange button, right? Exchange button. So if it does not exist, then exchange button is instance create depth. I don't care about the depth, but I just need it. And let's put it at, I don't know, 500. And the object is sprite, not sprite exchange, it's just the exchange. Right. Okay, and this should be it. The exchange button is there. We're not doing anything with it. It's just, but I mean, if it already exists, we don't want to stack it over each other. So I just, if it already exists, we do this other way. If it already exists, then instance destroy exchange button. And then, no, this is not what, no, not closing, not close, no, what, no, I didn't save it. Oh my God, this escalated quickly, my God. I didn't read it. All I wanted to do was delete the curly brackets. So, cool, beautiful. So let's give this another try. I'm good with computers. I'm really good with computers. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, maybe. So I hope I didn't lose too much there. Instance create, right. I didn't lose a thing. So if the instance exchange button already exists, then I say instance destroy exchange button, and then we created anew. Good. What is number of arguments is, of course I forgot the depth, so the depth is just 0. and it should be gone. Good. Save. Right. The only thing that I don't do at this point is draw the exchange button, so I can't really click it. Maybe I should do this. So object exchange, and there is a draw event, or there is not. And Frank thinks of plumbers and mushrooms. This is so weird. If you aren't into gaming at all, people have no idea what you're talking about. So here in the draw GUI, I just say draw ext or draw sprite ext, which just says there's the extended draw function of this sprite, and as always I need some help with this, and let's make this window a bit smaller that I can read this line here. So it's just the sprite, the subimage, XY, scale, and so on. So I just say the sprite is of course the sprite. This one here. Good. Sprite, the subimage is 0 because there's no subimages there. Then I plot it at X and Y and say the image X scale, because when I'm using those built-in variables for image scale X and image scale Y, also the collision mask scales with it. Rotation is 0 and color is C white, so I'm not multiplying it with any weird colors, but at the alpha color is 1. This is good. And then on top I draw the text. Draw set font is font. Draw set color is the text color that I've specified, and of course I want to align it smack in the middle. So I say draw set V align for vertical, and this is font align middle, and H align is center. And you know what, we can also do a little hover effect that I say I draw the sprite again, ext sprite 0. Yeah, pretty much I can copy most of this and just do some changes. And I only say this if is hover or mouse is mouse hover. Then I draw it again on top, but with a different color and only, let's say, 0.5. So I just, since it's blue and I draw it with red, it should become darker. So yeah, let's give this a try. But essentially it should work. Famous last words. Beautiful. Object value clues not set before reading it. Unknown object dot exchange value at line 6. Global game. If instance exists, global game. Yeah, it should exist. Exchange value. Of course, I called it not exchange value, but I called it exchange rate. This was, I think, the problem. Okay, so this is almost there. This is almost the button, but the coordinates are wrong. And I don't see any text because I didn't print any text. Draw text at X and Y, and the text is label. There we go. And there, when I create this button, I need, of course, move it a bit further. So it's not just 20. Let's make it 250, or just 200 and 500 from the top. It should be extremely ugly, but there we go. But it doesn't react to my hover, which is not good for one thing. And I don't know why, probably because it's a GUI thing there. Maybe. Is mouse hover and is hover. Why do I need this both? So if react to mouse is true, so this should be true. The object index, let's really make sure, and I just call this object exchange. So if a position meeting between this, then is mouse hover equals true. So if mouse hover and the button is left released, then do by clue. If do by clue, then we say, of course, at the end, do by clue false. And is mouse hover is, of course, false. And react to mouse, this is something that I want to make sure that we said when we start out with is true. Good. Good. Yeah, still nothing. But at least it reads the correct label. So, yeah, let's close all but this, and in the game control, just move it a bit further down. So let's say maybe 700. Maybe this is too far down. But yeah, okay, so at least I know that nothing is happening when I'm moving over with my mouse. Let's say maybe, does it react to a click? No, it does not, because it should. So why does it not react to my mouse clicks? Right, this is my wife and she's done. Beautiful. So I think with that I will call it a night or a stream or a day or whatever time of year of day it is for you. Yeah, I thank you so much for sticking with me. I've been streaming for 4 hours now, which is quite long for my terms. And yeah, so far what is working, you can see it. I like it very much so far. It is coming along nicely. I hope I can send out maybe a demo or something, or very early alpha, so that you could play around for those of you who are interested, maybe even with this thing there working. And yeah, again, I thank you very much for watching. By the way, very quick announcement. I'm planning to do more streams, but usually they will be later in the day. Maybe once or twice a week, but it's in my local time. It's around 1:30 in the morning. This is when I get home from work. So it would be in your time zone, whatever time is now, and add 6.5 or 5.5 hours. 5.5 hours from now, and this would be the time of day. When you see this on VOD, it doesn't work anymore. But this would be the time I would be usually streaming then, just at night, because I've realized that I don't see my wife as often, especially when she's not working on a Sunday, where I get all the afternoon to stream. Yeah, I want to spend some time with her also in the evening, because sometimes she has to work on the weekend. So yeah, this is it from me. There will probably be an announcement, a proper announcement on Discord, and then I will see if it's too tiring for me, but probably not. So again, Frank says I might have to miss some of those, and yes, family comes first. Yeah, of course, it's a good time zone for everyone who is not in the same time zone as me, because Middle Europe weeknights 30 past 1 in the morning, it's not the best time to watch this. But again, there will be probably once or twice a month a stream on Sunday. At this time that we're having it now. But again, I will probably post this on Patreon or Discord as well, just to give everyone a heads up. So with that being said, again, thank you so much for your viewership and audience. Being 10 views, amazing, and you've all fed the animated automated unicorn that is already yawning. So with that being said, again, thank you so much. Have a great week, and see you maybe on Wednesday, Thursday night, whatever is the time for you. So have a great week.